Lars Kepler's Stalker, Part 3. Rocky rolls on to his side and Erik helps him to his feet. He stretches his back, rubs his mouth with his hand, pushes Erik away and goes over to the window, looking through the gaps between the vertical bars. Do you remember anything from when you were hypnotized? Erik asks, picking the chair up off the floor. Rocky turns round and looks at him through narrowed eyes. Was I entertaining? You talked a lot about the preacher. You do know what his real name is, don't you? Rocky purses his lips and slowly shakes his head. No, I think you do, and I don't understand why you are protecting him. The preacher is just a scapegoat. Give me a name. Then Erik persists. I can't remember, Rocky says. A place, then. Where is he? Where is the sun? Sunlight from behind shines through his beard, onto his furrowed cheeks. Was this the first time you have hypnotized me? Rocky asked. I have never hypnotized you before. As far as I am concerned, the evaluation was a waste of time, Rocky says without listening. But I liked talking to you. You remember that? It is almost 10 years ago. I remember your brown coat jacket. That must have been pretty damn retro even then. We used to sit on opposite side of a table, chipboard with a birch veneer. You can tell by the smell. Paper cups of water, dictaphone, notebook, and my head was really hurting again. I needed morphine, but I wanted to tell you about my alibi first. I don't remember that, Erik says, taking a step back. Rocky picks at the window between the bars. I wrote down Olivia's address, but that was never mentioned in court. But you confessed to murdering. Just tell me what happened to my alibi, he interrupts. I didn't really take it seriously. Rocky turns round, walks closer, hunches up slightly, and lowers his head as if to see Erik better. So you never mentioned it to my defense lawyer? Erik glances quickly over his shoulder and can see that the guard outside the door was disappeared. Rocky shoves the chairs between them out of the way with his foot. I don't remember being given an address, Erik says quickly. But if I was, I am sure I would have handed it to your defense team. You threw it away, didn't you? Rocky says darkly and step closer. Calm down, Erik replies, moving toward the door. You sentenced me to this, Rocky shouts. It was you. You were the one who did this to me. Erik is standing with his back to the door and raises his hands to hold Rocky's back. But he doesn't stand a chance of defending himself. Rocky just brushes his arms aside and punches him in the chest with his fist. The blow feels like a sledgehammer. All the air goes out of his lungs and he can't breathe. The next punch strikes exactly the same place and Erik's head slams back against the door with a dull thud. He is slugging to stay upright. The zip on his jacket catches on the textured wallpaper as he moves sideways to get away. He raises a hand to fend Rocky off, coughs and tries to breathe. Do you want me to look into your alibi? He hisses. Liar. Rocky roars, grabbing Erik by the chin and pressing his mouth closed. Rocky pulls him toward him and slaps the side of his head so hard that his vision goes blank. Erik staggers to one side with the force of the blow, falls over the plastic chair and carries into the metal bed frame. with a force that makes his back creak. He pulls the covers off the bed as he slides down onto the floor, his cheek burning. That is enough now, Erik gasped, shuffling backward. Shut up, Rocky yells and shoves the plastic chair aside. As he leans forward, Erik kicks out at him and hits him in the chest. Rocky catches hold of his foot and Erik kicks out with the other one. His shoe comes off and Rocky stumbles back just as the guard comes in holding a taser. Stand against the wall, Rocky. Hands behind your head, feet wide apart. Erik gets low to his feet and adjusts his clothes. He picks up the covers from the floor with trembling hands and puts them back on the bed. It might look a bit odd, he gasped, tasting blood in his mouth, but I had cramp in my leg and Rocky was helping me take my shoe off. The guard stares at him. Cramp? It feels better already. Rocky is standing quietly to the side with his fingers laced behind his neck. The back of his white vest is wet with sweat. What have you got to say, Rocky? He lowers his hands and turns round slowly, scratches his beard and nods. I was helping the doctor with his shoe, he says gruffly. We did shout, but no one heard, Erik explains. I tried lying down on the bed, but slipped off onto the floor. It is feeling better now? Rocky asked, picking Erik's shoe up from the floor. Much better, thanks. The guard stands there with the taser in his hand, looks at them, then nods. Already? Something obviously isn't right. The visit's over, the guard says. If you can just tell me Olivia's surname, I can find her, Erik says, meeting Rocky's gaze. Her name is Olivia Tobey, he says simply. Erik leaves with the guard, following him along the corridor, and sees that Casillas is talking to the head of section in the day door. Did it go okay? Casillas calls. Erik stops in the doorway, his cheek still stinging from the force of the blow. I have to say, I have done a remarkable job with the patient, he replies. Thanks. Casillas smiles. I am pretty sure he would have been released if he did apply for parole, but he doesn't seem to think he's done his penance yet. Erik limps toward his car, gets out his phone and dials Margot's number to tell her about Olivia Tobey. Part 2. Joona opens his eyes and looks up at the white ceiling. Daylight is filtering into the room around the edge of the dark blue roller blind. The window is open slightly and fresh air is streaming in, cooling the clean sheets. There are blackbirds singing in the garden. He looks at the alarm clock and sees that he has slept for 13 hours. Erik has left him a phone, and on the bedside table are 2 pink capsules and 3 tablets on top of a note saying, Eat us now, drinks lots of water, and have a look in the fridge. Joona swallows the drugs, empties the glass of water, then groans as he stands up. But he can at least bear to put some weight on his leg. The pain is still there, but it is far from severe. The nausea and pain in his stomach have vanished as though they never existed. He goes over to the window and looks out at the apple trees as he dials Lumi's number. It is Dad, Joona says, feeling his heart tightened. "Dad, how are you getting on? Do you like Paris? It is a bit bigger than Nadavera." His daughter replies in a voice that could be Suma's. "How is college?" "I am still finding it confusing, but I think it is pretty good." Joona reassures himself that she's got everything she needs, and Lumi tells him to shave off his beard and join the police again, and then they end the call. Erik has left him a pair of black sweatpants and a white t-shirt. The clothes are too small. The trousers flutter round his calves and the t-shirt is tight across his chest. By the bed is a pair of white slippers, the sort you get in hotels. Joona thinks that mysteries are only mysteries until you have discounted all the impossibilities. When he was in hospital, Margot told him that the video had been recorded long before the murders took place. Maria Carlson owned nothing but black underwear, but the seams of the tights she was wearing when she dried were different to the one in the video. The spoon found in the tub is ice cream in Susanna Kern's home wasn't the same one that was in the video, and the post-mortem will probably show that Sandra Ludgren hadn't injected herself with insulin in her thigh on the day she was murdered. Classic stalking. The woman has been watching and their behavior mapped over a long period. Joona leans against the wall as he walks through the house toward the kitchen. He tells himself that he will call the police in Harding and follow up the previous day's event as soon as he's had something to eat. He drinks some more water, puts coffee on, and looks in a fridge where he finds half a pizza and a tub of yogurt. On the kitchen table, next to Erik's empty coffee cup, are printouts relating to an almost 10-year-old case that was tried in Sodertage District Court. Joona eats a cold pizza as he reads the verdict, the postmortem analysis and the entire preliminary investigation report. The old murder has striking similarities to the recent one. The vicar of the parish of Salem, Rocky Gerlot, was arrested and convicted for the murder of woman called Rebecca Hanson. Joona was pretty out of it yesterday when Erik was taking care of him, but he can remember what Erik said. Margot Silverman had asked him to go and talk to a gay who had been sentenced to secure psychiatric care. She wanted Erik to find out if he had any accomplices or disciples. She must have meant Rocky Gerlot. Margot's thinking along the right line. Joona thinks, bracing his arms on the table as he stands up again. He walks barefoot into the back garden, sits down on the cushionless garden, sings for a while, then walks over to the shed. On one end is a water-damaged dartboard. Joona opens the door and gets out the cushions for the swing seat. He goes back to the shed to close the door, but stops and looks at the neat arrangement of DIY tools and gardening implements on the wall. In the turning circle at the end of the road, an ice cream van starts to play its jingle. Joona picks up an old Mora knife with a red wooden handle and tests its weight then takes down a smaller knife in a plastic sleeve, walks out and shuts the door behind him. He puts the smaller knife on the ground beside the sink seat, then stands in the middle of the lawn and weighs the Mora knife in his right hand. He changes his grip, tries to find some sort of balance, a sense of lightness, puts the knife down by his hip and stretches out the other arm, feeling it tug at his wound. Cautiously, he tries to perform a kata against two opponents with the knife. He doesn't follow through on all the elements, but his legs still feel frustratingly heavy when he finishes. Joona twists his body and moves his leg in the reverse order, leaving his attacker's torso unguarded. He performs a diagonal cut, starting at the bottom, block the second attacker's hand and divert the force of the assault as the knife moves downward, then glides out of danger. He repeats the pattern of movements, slowly, perfectly balanced. His hip hurts, but his level of concentration is the same as before. The different elements of the kata are only complicated because they don't come naturally, but against untrained opponents, they can be extremely effective. In 9 coordinated movements, the attackers are disarmed and rendered harmless. It works like a trap. If anyone chooses to attack, the trap is sprung. Katas and shadow boxing can never replace sparring and real-life situations, but there is a way to get the body used to the movement and by repetition train the body to think that certain movements belong together. Joona rolls his shoulders, finds his balance, hits out a few times, follow through with his elbow, then repeat the kata, but faster this time. He performs the vertical cut, deflects the imaginary attack, changes grip, but drops the knife in the grass. He stops and straightens his back, listens to the birdsong and the wind in the trees. He takes some deep breath, bends over, picks up the knife and blows some grass off it and finds its center of gravity. Then he takes the knife in his right hand, throws it past the hammock at the dartboard, which wobbles, and the old darts come loose and fall off into the grass. Someone claps, and he turns round and sees a woman in the garden. She is tall and blunt and is watching him with a calm smile on her face. Part 3. The woman looking at Joona has a self-aware but relaxed posture, reminiscent of a mannequin. Her arms are slender and her hands very freakly. She is wearing makeup, but not too much. Tasteful. It looks like she might be blushing slightly. Joona bends down and picks up the second knife from the ground, weighs it in his hand, then throws it over his shoulder toward the dartboard. It ends up in the branches of the weeping birch and falls to the grass next to the shed. She claps her hands again and walks over to him smiling. Joona Linna, she asks. It is not easy to see with a beard like this, but I think so, he replies. Erik said, you were confined to bed, and the veranda door opens and Erik comes out into the garden with a worried look on his face. You should be careful with that hip until we have had it x-rayed, he says. It is fine, Joona says. I gave him cortisone in. So you said, the smiling woman interrupts. It is to have worked. This is Nellie, Erik says. She is my closest colleague, an excellent psychologist, the best in the country for Traumatized children. That is all empty flattery. She smiles, shaking Joona's hand. How do you feel? Erik asks. Fine, he replies quickly. The penicillin will kick it properly tomorrow. You will feel much stronger, Erik says, smiling at Joona's tight clothes. Joona groans as he sits down on the swing seat. The others sit down beside him and they swing together gently. The springs creak and the cushion give off a cramp. Must smelly. Did you read the report of the preliminary investigation? Erik asks after a while. Yes, Joona says, glancing at him. I went and talked to Rocky this morning. He's had terrible problems with his memory since the accident, but he was willing to try hypnosis. You hypnotized him? Joona asked with interest. I wasn't sure if it would work, given the damage to brain tissue and his epileptic attacks, but he was receptive. Joona asked, leaning his head back and looking up at the sky. Yes, but it wasn't easy working out what were real memories. Rocky used to take a lot of drug in those days, and some of the things he said under hypnosis, which ought to have been proper memories, sounded more like nightmares. Delirium. Good God, that is difficult, Nellie said, stretching her ankles. Erik stand up, making his swing seat move again. I was really only going to ask about the murder of Rebecca Hanson to find out if he had an accomplice, he says, but under hypnosis it sounded more like he was completely innocent. In what way? Joona asks. Rocky keeps returning to a man he calls the preacher, the unclean preacher. That sounds creepy, Nellie says, and now all of a sudden he remembers that he's got an alibi for the night of the murder. Erik says in a low voice. He said that under hypnosis. Joona asked. No, he was awake then. Is there anyone who can confirm the alibi? Her name is Olivia Toby. He remembered it at the time, but he's probably already forgotten it again, Erik says, looking away. An alibi, Nellie says. It is worth checking out anyway, Erik says. Have you spoken to Margot about this? Joona asks. Of course. Psychologist's lead. 1-0, Nellie says, slapping the cushion outside her to get him to sit down again. Erik does so, and they spend a little while swinging, drifting off to the sound of the slow creaking of the metal springs, the birdsong, and some children playing in the nearby garden. Then Erik's mobile buzzes on the cushion. It is Margot, and Joona takes the call. I presume you have checked criminal record, any previous suspicion, and the police database? Good to hear that. You are feeling better, Margot's rough voice says. The murderer may have done time, or simply been out of the country for all these years, Joona goes on. I have got a pretty good contact with Europol and Joona. I can't discuss the preliminary investigation with you, she interrupts. No, but I was just trying to say that 9 years is one hell of a long cooling off period for a. Okay, now I understand. I understand what you mean. But Rocky Coelho's alibi doesn't stand up. You found her? Olivia Torbay had no idea what we were talking about. She was living in Jongoping at that time, and we can't see any connection between her and Rocky Coelho. So you still think he had an apprentice that he's mixing up in the murders? That is why I am calling Erik, Margot says calmly. I want him to go back and ask Rocky properly about accomplices. I will pass you over to him, Joona says and hands over the phone. While Erik is talking to Margot, Joona goes and picks up the knives and puts them back in the shed. He rests against the handle of a lawn-mower for the moment. There is a small wasp's nest up by the roof, and in the far corner, a homemade toy truck behind some folding chairs. When he comes out again, Erik is no longer on the phone and has stretched out next to Nellie. Do you normally phone witnesses to ask about alibis? Erik asks him. It depends, Joona replies. I just mean, you don't know if people are prepared to get involved, Erik says. You don't know if people tell the truth when the police phone them so many years later. No, Joona says, I need to talk to her if I am going to be able to go back to Rocky and look him in the eye, Erik says. Part 4. Joona wanted to go with Erik to talk to Olivia Torbe, but accepted that it was too soon. Erik gave him some more penicillin, another cortisone injection in his hip, and made sure he took 50 milligrams of topiramate to forestall further migraines. Nellie gets in the passenger seat, and as Erik drives off, he looks in the rearview mirror and sees Joona sit down on the swing seat again. Shall I drive you home? Erik asks. Didn't you say she lived in Jongoping? Apparently she moved to Eskilituna 5 years ago. That is about an hour away, isn't it? Yes, Martin said he would be working late today, says Nellie, so I won't have to sit in the house alone with all those windows. I keep getting the feeling that someone's spying on me. It is just because of you talking about this murder. I know that, but still. Is someone watching you then? No, she laughed. I am just scared of the dark. You said you were sure the priest was guilty, Nellie says, looking at him. He said so himself. He said he would killed Rebecca. But after hypnosis, he suddenly remembered. Remembered what, though? Suddenly remembered a woman who could confirm his alibi. She asked skeptically. At first he remembered telling me about the alibi. Shit, she says. What happened? Did he get angry? Yes, my chest feels a bit painful. Did you have a fight? Can I see? She tries to pull his shirt up, and he holds the wheel with his left hand as he fends her off with the right. We will end up in the ditch. He laughs. She loosens her seatbelt and turns in her seat so she can look at him. But are you in pain? She asked, undoing his buttons. God, you are black and blue. What the hell did he do? That must really hurt. She leans over and kisses Erik's chest, kisses his neck, and then quickly on the mouth before he turns his face away. Sorry, she says. I can't, Nellie. I know, I didn't mean. It is just that I something think about that time we slept together. We were incredibly drunk. Erik reminds her. I don't regret a thing, she says gently, with her face right next to his. Nor do I, he replies, tucking his shirt button in his trousers with one hand. They drive along the E20 for a while in silence. A few emergency vehicles race past with their sirens blaring. Nellie, picking up her handbag, folds down the sun visor to use the mirror and touches up her lipstick. We could do it again if we wanted to, she suddenly says. That would never work. No, I know. I say things I don't mean. It was just a fantasy about how different everything could be in another universe, Nellie says. All the lives we haven't lived, Erik says quickly, thinking like that is bound to be a sign of getting older. She smiles. The tiniest choice closes 1,000 doors and opens 1,000 more, Erik says. I lied about an alibi, and 9 years later the lie catches up with me and I risk. Yes, but you are an idiot, Nellie interrupts, leaning back. I don't believe in that alibi, but I mean, if this woman confirms it, then I ought to report you. He gives her a sideways glance. If you want to report me, go ahead, he says. Rocky's been locked up for 9 years. Locked up and medicated and… Please, Nellie, Erik interrupts. I am sorry, but I can't handle this conversation. I am not going to ask you for anything. You can do whatever you like, whatever you think is the right thing to do. Then I will report you, she says firmly. I don't care, he mumbles. But it would be a lot easier if you weren't so sweet when you get angry, she smiles. I dare say I need therapy, Erik sighs. You need medication, she says and pulls a bag of Magadan from her bag. She presses out 2 capsules. Take one and give Erik the other. He murmurs. Cheers. Tips his head back and swallows. Part 5. When Erik parks the car beside the school where Olivia Torpe works as a teacher, Nellie hesitates with her hand on the door handle. Do you want me to come? She asks. Say, what do you think? I don't know. No. Maybe it would better if you wait here. So you can use your charm? She smiles. Exactly. I will stay here with your dream woman, she says, pointing at the little monkey in the pink skirt hanging from the ignition key. Erik walks across the playground, asks a caretaker for Olivia Turbe, and he points her out. Olivia is in her 50s, a thin woman with a pale, worn face. She is standing with her arm folded, watching the children on the climbing frame. Now and then, one of them calls out to her or runs over wanting help with something. Olivia, my name is Erik Maria Bark and I am a doctor, Erik says, handing her his card. A doctor, she repeats, putting the card in her pocket. I need to talk to you about Rocky Curlod. Her thin face hardens for a moment, then reverts to neutral. The police again, she says simply. I have spoken to Rocky Curlod and he… I have already said, I don't know anyone of that name, Olivia interrupts. I know, Erik says patiently, but he talked about you. I have got no idea how he managed to get hold of my name. She looks at some children with skipping ropes around their necks, playing horses, and hurries over and put the ropes round their waists instead. I am supposed to have finished work, really, she says when she returned to Erik. Just give me a few minutes. Sorry, I have to get home and prepared appraisals for 22 children, she says, and start to walk off toward the school building. I believe Rocky Curlod was convicted for a murder he didn't commit, Erik says, hurrying after her. I am sorry to hear that, but he was a priest, but he was also addicted to heroin at the same time. He exploited the people around him. She stops in the shade in front of the step and turns toward Erik. He was utterly ruthless, she says in the toneless voice. So I understand, Erik replies, but he still doesn't deserve to be convicted of a murder he didn't commit. Olivia's graying hair falls over her forehead and she blows it away. Will anything had happened to me if I lied to police before? Only if you lied under oath in a court, of course, she says, and her thin mouth quivers nervously. They sit on the step. Olivia looked down at her trainers, picks something off her jeans and clears her throat. I was a different person then, and I don't want to get mixed up in anything, she says quietly. But it is true, I did know him back then, he says. You can give him an alibi. I can, she admits and swallows hard. Are you sure? She nods. Her chin starts to tremble and she looks down again. 9 years have passed, Erik says. She tries to swallow the lump in her throat, rubs her top lip, then looks up with shiny eyes and swallows hard once more. We were in the Rectory Inn, Roninch. That is where he lived, she says in an uneven voice. We are talking about the evening of April 15th, Erik reminds her. Yes, she replies and quickly brushes some tears from her cheeks. How can you remember that? Her mouth starts to quiver and she bites her bottom lip to pull herself toward before she answers. We were on a bender together, she says in a whisper. We started on the Friday and it was at its worst on Sunday night. You are sure about the dates? She nods and loses control of her voice. My little boy died in her coat on the 15th. I only found him the next day. It was sudden infant death syndrome that was medically proven. It wasn't my fault, but if I had been with me, then it might not have happened. I am sorry too. Oh God, she sobs and gets to her feet. Olivia turns away from the playground, wraps her arms tightly around herself and forces herself to be quiet, to stop her grief pouring out. Erik tries to give her a handkerchief, but she doesn't see it. She takes a few trembling breaths and wipes her tears away. For years after that I just wanted to die, she says, swallowing hard again. But I have never touched drugs since. I haven't had sex with anyone. I must never get pregnant again. I don't have the right. He took everything with him. I hate him for getting me to try heroin. I hate him for everything. They are interrupted by a ball rolling under the bench. A child comes running over to fetch it and Erik hands Olivia his handkerchief. Don't worry, Marcus, she says warmly to the little boy who is standing looking at her with the ball under his arm. I just need to blow my nose. The child nods and runs off with the ball. Erik thinks about Rocky's erratic memory. At some moment during his years at Sweden, he must have known that he had been wrongly convicted because of Erik's betrayal. Olivia, Erik says quietly, I appreciate that this isn't easy, but are you prepared to swear on oath that you were with Rocky when the murder took place? Yes, she says, looking him in the eye. Erik thanks her and at that moment notices Nellie standing behind the climbing frame, watching them. He starts to walk back and wonders if she is going to report him when she finds out. Maybe himself could file a report about a patient suffering harm while receiving treatment before she does. Part 6. Before the paint dries completely, Erik and Madeline carefully pull off the masking tape from the skirting boards and around the door and window, fold up the stiff protective paper and pull the plastic off the furniture that they stacked in the middle of the room. Although he is taken 2 tranquilizers, He still feels overwhelmed with remorse whenever he thinks about the priest who has been locked up for longer than Mandolin has been alive because of his lie. They carry on cleaning until the pizza delivery guy ring the bell. Mandolin holds Erik's hand as they go out into the hall to open the door. How does it look? Jackie asks when they come into the kitchen. Great, Mandolin says, looking up at Erik. Outside in the street, rain is falling through the thin sunlight, and the day feels pleasantly slow, like something from childhood. Erik cuts up the pizza and puts it on their plates. Robots eat pizza, Mandolin says happily. Her face is totally relaxed. She is so relieved that she starts to sing a song from the Disney film Frozen, even though Jackie tries to tell her several times that she shouldn't sing at the dinner table. Clever robot, Mandolin keeps saying to Erik. But what if he starts to get rusty? Jackie smiles as she feels something against her foot. He won't, the little girl say. Muddy. What is this? She asks, carefully shaking a blister pack of morphine madam that must have fallen out of Erik's jacket as it hung over the back of the chair. That is mine, he says. It is just some headache pills. He takes the pill from her hand and puts them in his pocket. Erik, Jackie says, can I ask you for a favor? Muddy's got a match on Wednesday and I am playing at the evening service in Hasselby Church. I don't like to ask. It feels wrong. But Rosita, who usually brings Muddy home, has been ill all week. You would like me to pick her up? I can walk on my own. Mom, it is only at Ostermam Sports Club. Mandolin says quickly. You are certainly not walking on your own, Jackie snaps. I will pick her up, Erik says. It is actually a lethal road, Jackie says seriously. Lidingo wagon and Helen wagon are completely mad, Erik agrees. She's got her own key and you don't have to stay if you can't. I will be back by 8. I might have time to watch the match, Erik says hopefully, and Mandolin. Erik, I am incredibly grateful and I promise I won't ask again. Don't say that. I am only too happy to help. Jackie whispers a silent thank you to him. And he gets up to clear the table just as his mobile buzzes in his shirt pocket. It is Casillas from Kersuden District Hospital. After his meeting with Olivia Torbe, Erik called him to discuss the chances of Rocky Curlod being allowed on excursions outside the hospital and beginning his rehabilitation. I have spoken to the administrative court today, Casillas tells him, and you won't be surprised to hear that you and I are in complete agreement. That is great, Erik says. The big problem is that Rocky refuses to sign. He says he murdered a woman and that he doesn't deserve to be free. I can talk to him, Erik volunteers quickly. It is just that there is not much time if it is going to be considered at the next quarterly meeting. 1.5 hours later, Erik passes through the security doors of Section D4, is shown through the corridor and out into the fenced exercise yard. The patients in Rocky's section have all committed serious violent crimes under the influence of severe mental disorders, but most of them are doing relatively well with their medication and are no longer considered particularly dangerous. On the other side of the high fence is a low hedge. The bushes press against the fence as if they wanted to get inside the yard. Rocky-coelho kills him in the broken sunshine as he approaches along the path. No nice pills today, doctor? No. A man shouts something at Rocky from a distance, but Rocky ignores him. I have spoken to Olivia Torbay, Erik begins. Who is she? We talked about her last time and she confirms your alibi. My alibi for what? For the murder of Rebecca Hanson. Good. Rocky smiles and runs his huge hand through his steel grey hair. She was addicted to heroin at the time, and I don't think her evidence would have affected the verdict against you. But I wanted you to know that all the evidence suggests that you are innocent. You mean this is really happening? He says skeptically. Yes, an alibi, Rox repeats to himself. Olivia Torbay is living a different life these days, and she is sure of what she says. You were together at the time of the murder. Rocky focuses his eyes on Eric's. So I didn't murder Rebecca Hanson? He says quietly. I don't think so, Erik replies without looking away. How sure is she? Rocky asks, and his jaw muscles tense. She knows because you were high on the night of the murder, and it was the same night her son died of sudden infant death syndrome. Rocky nods and stares straight up at the white sky, and that matches the register of death, Erik concluded. So all this crap has been for nothing, Rocky says, taking a crumpled packet of cigarettes from his pocket. She was a drug addict, and I don't think the court would have believed her testimony at the time, Erik repeats. I might still have ended up here, but I would have felt completely different if I would known. The air currents between the buildings are picked up dust and loose particles in the sunlit park. The man who shouted is walking toward them across the yard. Erik looks at his face, swollen with medication, at the clumsy tattoos on his cheeks and forehead as he passes them, whispering to himself, it is time for you to give your consent to the application for permission to leave the hospital, maybe. What are you going to do when you get out? Erik asks. What do you think? Rocky smiles, pulling a half-smoked cigarette from the packet. I don't know, Erik says. I am going to fall to my knees, and then, thank God, he says sarcastically, you will be free. But your alibi also means something else that I need to talk to you about. Nice. The reason why I have been coming here is that the police are haunting a serial killer whose methods are reminiscent of what Rebecca Hanson was subjected to. Say that again. A gentle breeze falls an empty plastic bag with air and sends it tumbling across the exercise yard as if it were unfatted by time itself. Part 7. Rocky clenched his teeth and leans back against the fence so that the light shining through the links changes. The police are haunting a serial killer, Erik repeats, and the murder are reminiscent of that of Rebecca Hanson. I am trying to take in the fact that I am innocent, Rocky says in a loud voice. I am trying to understand that I haven't killed another person. I can appreciate that I have been living with a fucking killer for 9 years now, he concludes, pointing to his own hurt. Rocky, the guard calls as he approaches. Isn't a person allowed to be happy? What is going on? The guard asks, stopping in front of them. Are you going back inside? Do you know I have been wrongly convicted, he says. Then we are back to 100% innocent here at Cursudan, the guard says and goes in. Rocky watches him with a smile and puts his packet of cigarette in his pocket. Tell me why I should try to help the police, he says. cupping his hand around the match. Innocent people are dying. That is debatable, he mutters. The real murderer was responsible for you ending up in here, Erik says. You understand? He did this to you, no one else. Rocky inhales the smoke and wipes the corners of his mouth with his big nicotine-stained thumb. Erik looks at him, worn face and deep-set eyes. You could end up getting a complete pardon in the appeal court, Erik says tentatively, and maybe get your job as a priest back. Rocky smokes for a while, then flicks the cigarette toward another patient, who thanks him and picks it up off the guard. What could I do for the police? He asks. You might be a witness. It is possible that you knew the perpetrator, Erik goes on. From what you have said, it sounds like he could be a colleague of yours. How do you mean? You have spoken about a preacher, Erik says, watching Rocky closely. An unclean preacher who could have been a heroin addict, just like you. The priest seems lost in the view of the trees. A person's service van is visible in the distance, driving along the road between the tree trunks. I don't remember that, Rocky says slowly. You seemed frightened of him. The only people you are frightened of are the dealers. Some are completely crazy, I know. There was one whose mouth was full of gold teeth. I remember him because he loved the fact that I was a priest, so I always had to do lots of crap. Money wasn't enough. He wanted me on my knees, denying the existence of God before he would let me buy any gear, that sort of thing. What was his name? Rocky shakes his head and shrugs. It is gone, he says in a low voice. Could the preacher have been the name you gave the dealer? No idea, but I used to feel like I was being stalked in those days. Presumably, it was withdrawal, but you know. Once when I was supposed to pick up some new liturgical vestment. It was morning, and the light was coming in through the christening window. There were 1,000 colors on the altar rail and along the aisle. Rocky falls silent and just stands there with his arms hanging by his side. What happened? What? You were talking about the church. Yes, the vestment had been dumped in front of the side altar. Someone had pissed on them. It had run all over the floor, in the cracks around the flagstones. It sounds like you had an enemy, Erik says. I know. I thought people were creeping around outside the rectory at night. I used to turn the light off, but I never saw anyone. But once I did find big tracks in the snow outside the bedroom window. But did you have any enemy who? What do you think? Rocky asked impatiently. I know. 1,000 idiots, and practically all of them would have killed their own brothers and sisters for a couple of wraps. And I would smuggled a load of amphetamine from Vilnius and was waiting for the money. Yes, but this is a serial killer, Erik persists. The motive isn't money or drug. Rocky's pale green eyes stare at him. I might have met the murderer, like you say, but how am I supposed to know? You are not telling me anything. Give me a detail. It might trigger my memory. I am not involved in the investigation, but you know more than I do, Rocky says. I know that one of the victims was called Susanna Kern. Before she got married, she was Susanna Eriksson. I don't remember anyone of that name, the priest replies. She was stabbed in the chest, neck and face, like they said I would done to Rebecca, Rocky says, and the body was arranged so that her hand was covering her ear. Erik goes on. Is it the same with the others? I don't know. Well, I can hardly help unless I know more, he says. My memory has to have something to latch on to. I understand, but I don't. What were the other victims' names? I don't have access to the preliminary investigation, Erik concluded. So, what the hell are you doing here then? Rocky roars and marches off across the grass. Part 8. It is already 5 o'clock in the afternoon as Erik walks down the corridor of the psychology clinic with a cup of coffee in his hand. He can see a tall figure standing quite still against the ribbed glass of the stairwell. As he pulled out his keys and stopped outside his door, he realizes that it is his former patient, Nestor. Are you waiting for me? Erik asked, walking over to him. Thanks for the lift. You have already thanked me. The thin hand moving across his chest stops, as grey as silk. I just wanted to say that I am thinking of getting another dog, he said in a low voice. That is great, but you don't have to tell me. I know, Nestor replies, blushing slightly, but I was here anyway, checking mother's grave, so. Was that okay? Would it be possible to bury her any deeper, do you think? He falls silent and takes a step back. When Nellie approaches down the corridor, she gives Erik a cheery wave, but when she sees he is busy, she stops outside her own office and starts looking for her keys in her shiny bag. We can make an appointment for you to come and talk, if you like, Erik says, glancing at his door. There is no need, it is just, Nestor says quietly. A dog is a big step for me, so you are better now, so you can do whatever you like. I know how I was when I came to you. You can ask me for anything, Erik. Thanks. You need to get on, Nestor says. Yes, I walked and suddenly it came to me, Nestor says with unexpected intensity in his voice. I bend down and... No riddles now, Erik interrupts. No, sorry, the tall man says and walk off. Erik checks his watch. He is only got a few minutes before he is due to meeting Margot Silverman, but he might just have time for a word with Nellie before then. He goes over to her room and knocks on the open door. Nellie is already sitting at her computer and for once she's got her reading glass on. She is wearing a white tie-neck blouse with a black spot and a tight burgundy skirt. What did Nectar want? She asked without looking up from the screen. He is going to get a dog and wanted to talk about it. Maybe you need to tell him about the umbilical cord and pair of scissors. He is sweet, Erik says. I am not so sure, Nellie says. Erik can't help smiling as he walks over the window and tells her that her idea for restructuring the crisis groups is already working well. Yes, it feels pretty good, she says, taking her glasses off. I have got a meeting with the police, but she smiles. It is a shame I haven't got time to join you. Nellie, I just wanted to say that you are right, Erik says. There are always problems once you start telling lies. Can we do this later? She asks. It is just, I want you to know that I am going to do all I can to get Rocky out of Sweden as soon as possible. And hang on, she interrupts. I don't want you to be upset, but I have spoken to Martin and he likes you. He really does. But he says I have to report you to both the police and the healthcare inspectors. Good, he says and starts walking toward the door. He leaves the room and sees that Margot Silverman and her colleague are waiting outside the door. They say hello and follow him to the floor below. The meeting room has a glass wall facing the corridor and new chairs that smell the plastic. Erik opened the window to let some air in and invite them to sit down. Margot fills a mug from the water dispenser, drinks, then refill it. Well, of course you know that Olivia Torbay has changed her mind, he begins. Rocky remembers a 9-year-old alibi, but not a single damn thing we can actually use, Margot says, sitting down heavily. You wanted me to ask him about an accomplice, only we have ended up with the opposite. Rocky was wrongly convicted, and what if he is just faking his memory loss? She says. He isn't, but he is involved. He is mixed up in this somehow. If I could just continue, Erik says, running his hand over the surface of the table. The real murderer was never caught and has suddenly started killing again, both in conversation and under hypnosis. Rocky keeps coming back to a preacher who, a priest, Adam says. A preacher who there is probably good reason to take seriously in light of the alibi. But you have got no name, no location. It takes time to find a way through the chaos. But under hypnosis he described how the preacher killed a woman by chopping her arm off. The problem is that I am not completely sure how much of that is nightmares and how much genuine memories. But you believe there is some truth in this? Adam asked, leaning forward. He is mentioned the preacher several times, even when he is not hypnotized. But nothing about the murder. Rocky says he is prepared to help the police if he can. At least he was prepared to do so before, even if it was actually a fairly absurd situation. I am trying to help him remember, but I don't know anything. Everything is strictly confidential, Margot explains. If you want his help, Erik says, then you are going to have to go and see him and give him some detail, names, location, things that could trigger the process of remembering. It is probably best if you carry on talking to him. She says, I can do that, but what do you need to make progress? Margot says, that is your decision. We are still trying to hold the media at bay. Even if our press officer doesn't think that is substantiable anymore. Adam says, it is just that we have no idea how the serial killer will react a load of publicity. Margot says, he might simply vanish or... So we need to move fast, Adam says. You can have some picture of the victim to show Rocky. She says, we have done a perpetrator profile and I can tell you about his modus operandi and specific characteristics. Will you be including any fake information? Of course, she says. As long as I know, Erik says. Margot takes a deep breath, then begins to describe the killer's method and choice of victim. So far it has been women who are alone in their homes, she says quietly. First he filmed them through the window, then he plans his attack, and then, once he is decided to murder them, he sent the video to us, Adam says in a heavy voice. The killer finds his murder weapon at the scene and always leave it behind. He leans over and takes 3 photographs out of his case and puts them on the table, picture side down. As soon as you have shown these to Rocky, we need you to destroy them. Erik looks at the back of the pictures, which are inscribed with the name of the victim: Maria Carlson, Susanna Kern, Sandra Langdon. Sandra Langdon, Erik says, turning the picture over and gasping. What is it? Margot asked. She is a patient of ours. God, she is dead. You know her? Part 9. Eric's mouth is completely dry as he sits in the meeting room and stares at the large color photograph. It is a recent picture and he can see that Sandra is struggling to look happy. The light is reflecting off her glasses, but her green eyes are clearly visible. Her dark blonde hair is slightly longer, settling on her shoulders. God, he repeats. She was in a car accident. Her boyfriend was killed and we were a bit late starting her treatment. She was very badly depressed. Survivor's guilt, kept having panic attacks. She was your patient? Margot says slowly, to start with, but one of my colleagues took over. Why? He forces himself to tear his eyes from Sandra Langdon's symmetrical face and looks up at Margot again. That often happens. He tries to explain. It is to do with the different stages of the treatment. He turns over the next photograph and his heart starts beating faster. When he sees Maria Carlson, he recognizes her too. Before he met Jackie, he had a brief fling with Maria. She used to go to same gym as him. They started walking to the bus stop together, went to the cinema, and slept together once. He remembers her pierced tongue and the hoarse laugh he found so attractive. A sudden lump of discomfort makes it hard for him to breathe, and he knows that if he hadn't taken a Magadon earlier, his hands would be shaking and he wouldn't be able to hide how upset he is. I think I have seen her too. At the gym. This feels a bit creepy, he says and tries to smile at Margot. Which gym do you go to? Adam asks, asking out a notebook. SATS on Master Samuel Gutton, he replies and swallows hard. But the lump of anxiety keeps growing. Adam looks at him with a blank expression. And you would seen her there, he says, pointing at the picture of Maria Carlson. I have got a good memory for faces, Erik says hollowly. It is a small world, Margot says, without taking her eyes off him. Have you met Susanna Kern as well? Adam asks, reaching for the last photograph. No, Erik laughs. But where Adam turns the picture, he is sure he has seen her before somewhere. He doesn't know where. The name Susanna Kern meant nothing to him when he heard it, but he recognizes her face. Erik shakes his head and tries to make sense of this. He was brought to talk to her husband after her murder. He hypnotized Bijon Kern and went with him into his memories of the blood-soaked villa, but he never saw a picture of her. Are you sure? Adam says, holding up the photograph. Yes, Erik replies. The pictures of Susanna smiling folds back after Adam's hand. Erik takes it and looks at her face, then shakes his head as his mind races and the room shrinks around him. He realizes that he is on the verge of a panic attack. His mouth is getting drier and he slowly put both hands on his lap to stop them shaking. Tell me about the perpetrator profile, Erik says in a voice that sounds like it belonged to someone else. He forces himself to sit still while they explain that the evidences suggest that the perpetrator is divorced with a relatively high socioeconomic status. He tries to concentrate on what they are saying, but his heart is pounding and thoughts are racing through his head in an attempt to find some sort of pattern, some sort of sense. How is this possible? He asks himself, trying to see any kind of system in this. He had a brief affair with Maria Carlson. Sandra Ledgren was his patient. And he knows. He's met Susanna Kern. 3 pictures of 3 women he's met. It is like a recurring dream. He can't work out what it is that he recognizes in the terrible situation. Across the table, Margot picks up her ringing mobile. Adam stands up and walks over to the window. Someone's left a coffee cup on the windowsill. Suddenly, Erik realizes that the feeling of similarity is to do with Rocky. During hypnosis, Rocky described how the unclean preacher had shown pictures of Tina and Rebecca. Rocky had blamed himself, bawling with pain and repeating words from the Bible. I should pluck out my eyes, for it has offended me. And now he is lied to the police again. It felt impossible to say that he had met all 3 of them. When Erik feels he can control his voice and body, he stands up. I have to go. I have got an appointment with a patient now, he says quietly. When can you next talk to Rocky? Margot asks, looking at him. Tomorrow, I think. Don't forget the pictures, Adam reminds him, passing them to him. As Erik reaches out his hand to take the photograph from Adam, he sways slightly as it strikes him that he is a mirror image of Rocky. Damnation brushes past him like a wind, presaging a storm, and for a moment he sees himself gazing out through the 6-meter-high fence surrounding the exercise yard at Pursueden. Part 10. Joona is practicing his knife techniques, his fist and elbow exercises, as well as skipping, weight training and running. He is still a long way from his old level, but is getting stronger all the time. His hip ached after his 5-kilometer run, and he walked the last bit. It is 7 o'clock when he sees Erik's BMW turn into the drive. Joona puts the meat in the oven and pours 2 glasses of Pomerol as he hears the front door close and the sound of keys being put down on the chest of drawers. Joona takes the glasses and goes to the library, pushes the door open with his foot and walks in. Erik's jacket is lying on the floor. He is in his study, searching through the papers on his desk. Food will be ready in 40 minutes, Joona says. Great, Erik murmurs, glancing up with a stressed look in his eyes. You have shaved. Nice. It felt like it was time. How are you? Erik asks, switching his computer on. Good, Joona says, walking into the room. How is your hip? Erik says, looking at the screen. I have done some exercise and I am. Can we talk? Erik interrupts, looking Joona in the eye. I have just had a meeting with Margot and Adam, and I am not prone to paranoia. But I have met all 3 victims. It is crazy. I don't understand anything. But that can't be a coincidence, can it? How do you know? What are the chances of that? Erik asked, staring at Joona. How do you know the victims? Joona prompts and put the glasses of wine down on the desk. It feels like this is directed at me. Maybe it is just my imagination. But if that is the case, then sit down, Joona says gently. Sorry, I am pretty shocked, Erik says, sinking down onto his chair and taking a deep breath. How do you know the victims? Joona repeats for the 3rd time. I had a brief fling with Maria Carlson earlier this summer. Sandra Lundgren was a patient at the clinic and I recognize Susanna Kern. I have met her, but I don't know where. What does Margot say? Well, I was so surprised that I didn't say anything about Susanna Kurt, but I am going to, obviously. His mobile rings, making Erik jump. It is work. I will leave it, he mutters. Click the reject the call and drops his phone on the floor. And I couldn't tell her I would slept with Maria. He goes on, picking up his phone. I just said we went to the same gym. Anything else? I said that Sandra had been a patient of mine, but not. I still don't think this is relevant. He smiles, scratching his forehead, but I will say it anyway. It is not unusual for patients to want to control the situation by trying to seduce their therapist. There is always a connection that is only natural, but in this instance, the patient went too far that I passed her on to Nellie. But nothing happened between you? No. Erik's hand is shaking as he picks up the wine glass, raises it to his lips, and takes several large gulps. Could it be a patient taking revenge on you for? I no longer work with dangerous patients, Erik interrupts. But when you were doing research on, that is 15 years ago, he says. How far back do your record go? I record and archive everything. Can you go through it? Only if I know that. What to look for? Some sort of parallel, a connection, anything, stalking, violence directed at the face, the arrangement of bodies, and we are probably dealing with trophies of some sort. Erik is standing up now and start walking back and forth across his study. He runs his hand through his hair and is muttering to himself, this is crazy. It is completely sick. Sit down and tell me that. I don't want to sit down, Erik snaps. I have got to. Listen, Joona says, you are welcome to stand, but I need to know as much as possible, and to be honest, you look like you need to sit down. Erik reaches for his glass, drink on his feet, then pulls a pack of pills from his inside pocket, presses a couple out and swallows them with some more wine. Shit, he sighed. Have you started on the pills again? I would never have believed that, Joona says, looking at him with sharp grey eyes. I am keeping an eye on it. It is fine. Good. Erik sits down on his desk chair, wipes his forehead and tries to breathe more calmly. I can't get my thoughts together, he mutters. I have been trying to work out if Rocky had an accomplice or an apprentice. You have only just seen him. Trying to uncover real memories is one of my areas of expertise, but hypnotizing Rocky was unusually complex. I managed to get past his organic amnesia and ended up in a world of heroin, high and delirium. What happened? I don't really know how to interrupt it, Erik says in an unsteady voice. But today, when I was sitting there with Margot and Adam and realized that I did met all three victims, when I saw the photographs, I started to think back to the hypnosis again. This is completely sick. I am listening, Joona says, sipping his wine. Erik nods and screws his eyes up as he tries to describe what happened. Rocky was in a state of deep hypnosis when he said the preacher had shown him a picture of a woman he had already killed in front of his eyes, and after that he showed him a picture of Rebecca Hansen. I could have sworn that was just a nightmare. But it is the same killer, Joona says. The preacher is back. It is the same pattern. Erik's face had turned grey. In that case, I am playing Rocky's role this time, he whispers. Did Rocky have Relationship with the two women? Yes. Call Simone. At once. Joona says seriously. Erik picks up his phone, clears his throat, then stands up anxiously. Simone. The familiar voice says in his ear. Hi Simone, it is Erik. What has happened? You sound upset. I need to ask you for a favor. Are Benjamin and John there? Yes, but why do you? I think I have got a patient who is stalking me. And I just don't want you and Benjamin to be on your own at home until this is sorted out. What has happened? I can't tell you. Are you in danger? I just don't want to take any risk. Please, just do as I say. Okay, I will try to bear it in mind, Simone says. Promise you are scaring me, Erik. Good, he replies, and hears her laugh wearily. Part 11. Erik has washed his face and is standing in the kitchen recounting everything Rocky said about the unclean preacher, that he wore makeup over his stubble, was a heroin addict, and showed him pictures while Joona puts the food on the table. He has roasted the lamb in the oven with root vegetables and garlic. He scatters some herbs over the dish, then pours more wine in their glasses. This is great, Erik says, sitting down. I just wanted to say. Suma's last months, Joona begins and looks up at him. We had half a year together, the old family. That wouldn't have been possibly without you, Erik, without the medication you prescribed for her and everything. I know, I could trust you, and I will never forget that. They touch glasses, drink, and then chat about how they first met, but are soon back on the subject of Rocky and the photographs. Margot need to take the preacher seriously, Erik says. She will, Joona assures him. The profiles have come up with a. I have seen it. I am not involved in the case, obviously, but Anja told me that they have done a first sweep. She started with the parish and Salim, then nearby parishes and congregation, Joona says, pushing the serving dish toward Erik. Roman Catholic, Assyrian, Russian and Greek Orthodox. The Scientologists Mission Church, Salvation Army, Jehovah's Witnesses, Latter-day Saints, Methodists, Pentecostals, and now they are expanding the search to look at all the priestesses in the country that work with a drug addict in prisons, institutions and hospitals. Erik's hands have almost stopped shaking, but he is moving slowly, as if he doesn't quite trust himself as he helps himself to food. How many names are there on the list? He asked, pushing the dish toward Joona. More than 400 already, but if you can get Rocky to remember the preacher's name, a first name, a description, a parish, then it is just so difficult, Erik interrupts. His brain damage and addiction. Why don't we talk about it tomorrow? Joona says, and start to eat. This memory follows its own patterns, Erik says, cutting his meat. But he seems to remember much better under hypnosis. Yes, although the door between nightmares and memory seems to be open. But some of what he's told you has to be real memories, Joona says. It should all be real, in theory. It is just that it sounds psychiatric, Erik points out. If Rocky agrees to be hypnotized again, do it at once. Try to get hold of concrete details like names and places. I can do that. I know I can. If you can, I will be able to stop this Serial killer, Joona says. I will go down there first thing tomorrow morning, Erik says. They eat in silence. The glazed root vegetables lend an earthy sweetness to the acidity of the red currant sauce. The salad is dressed with balsamic vinegar and truffle oil. The lamb spiced with coarsely ground black pepper and cut in slightly pink slices. You really do look much better already, Erik says as Joona helps himself to more food, 6 injections of penicillin and a bit of cortisone. He tails off where his mobile starts to ring in his pocket. He pulls it out and sees from the screen that it is Margot. Yes, Erik here. Is Joona there? She asked in a shaky voice. What has happened? Rocky Curlew had escaped. Erik passes the phone to Joona, then sits with his hands over his face, trying to gather his thoughts. Joona listens as Margot tells him that the senior consultant at Curlew decided that Rocky should begin his rehabilitation that evening before being formally granted parole. Rocky was supposed to try ordering food at the Pizzeria Primavera on Stogerton Inn. 2 guards were seated at another table a short distance away, so as not to put him off. Rocky ate his pizza, drank a large glass of water, ordered coffee, then went into the toilet and climbed out through the window. Some youngsters saw him running along the railway line toward the forest beyond Leverson. But after that, there had been no sign of him. We are not making a public appeal, Margot says. The administrative court has already decided that he is eligible to apply for parole. So, Curlew are looking after this themselves. How? Joona asks. Why not doing a thing? She replies. I have spoken to the senior consultant and he is so relaxed. I almost nodded off. Apparently, it is not uncommon for patients to run off the first time they get the chance. They almost always come back of their own accord when they realize how much things have changed, that their friends, flat, wife are all gone. Joona ends the call, wipes his mouth on a napkin, puts it on his plate and meets Erik's tired gaze. I was the one who recommended he be let out on supervised excursion, Erik says, running his hand through his hair, but he will come back. They nearly always do. We haven't got time to sit and wait, Joona says. We need to find him and get him to talk before the preacher kills again. He doesn't have any family and he is never mentioned any friends, and the rectory isn't there anymore. Couldn't he hide in the church itself or somewhere nearby? I am pretty sure he is going to try to make his way to somewhere called the Zone before too long. That was there he used to get hold of heroin, and it sounded like he thought someone owned his money there. I don't know about the Zone, Joona says. It sounds like somewhere for heavy drugs. A fairly large place, given that there is a stage and a load of prostitutes. I will find out where it is, Joona says, and stand up. Thanks for dinner. There is ice cream for dessert, Joona says, heading toward the hall. Erik starts to clear the table, but exhaustion hit with such ferocity that he leaves everything and staggers off to the library. His silver glasses case is no longer beside the stack of books on the smoking table. He shudders and turns to look out of the window, which is rattling on its catch. It is still light out, but it will soon be dark, he thinks, as he sinks into the leather armchair and closes his eyes. He needs to pull himself together and try to understand what is happening to him. Without opening his eyes, he pops an immovance from the pack on the table, holds it in his sweaty palm for a moment, then puts it in his mouth. Milky stillness empties his thoughts, and he feels sleep racing up like a heavy wave. When the phone rings, he can't manage to focus his eyes enough to see who is calling, and almost drop the phone, but somehow catches it. "Hello," he says hoarsely, putting the mobile to his ear. "You won't forget Muddy, will you?" "What, Erik? What wrong?" Jackie asked seriously. "Nothing, I was just sitting," and he loses his train of thought and clears his throat instead. "You are picking Muddy up, but you knew that." "Of course, no problem. It is on the calendar, thanks," she says warmly. "I have been practicing." He slurs and shuts his eyes. "Call me if there is a problem and I will come. They will have to manage without an organist. Promise you will call me." Part 12. Joona is sitting in Erik's car, driving toward the center of Stockholm, while he waits for Anja Larsson of the National Criminal Investigation Department to call him back. He is past the globe and is on his way into the tunnels beneath Södermalm when his phone lights up. Anja's fingernails are still tapping at the keyboard of her computer as she tells him she hasn't managed to find anything yet. "The song isn't in our register. It never has been," she says in a resigned voice. "Maybe its real name is something different. I have tried the Border Control Agency, the security section, IT and surveillances. I have started asking questions on a lot of really nice online forums and sex websites." "Can you get hold of Milan?" he asks. "I would rather not," Anja replies bluntly. The car windows sigh as Joona heads into the narrow mouth of the tunnel. The lights in the roof and along the walls pulse towards him, and Anja's voice disappears. "We have got to find Rocky Curlew," he says, unsure if the connection has been lost altogether. "Wait outside the front door," she says distantly. "I will come down." And then silence, and Joona drives deeper into the tunnel as he thinks about everything Erik has told him. 10 minutes later, he parks on the steep hill leading to the park, gets his stick and walks down to the glazed entrance of the National Police Headquarters. Through the layers of glass, he sees Margot pass to the airlocks and head outside with heavy steps. "I happened to hear that Anja has arranged a meeting between you and Milan on the step below Bernhusborn," Margot says. "You will have to stay at a distance." They walk down Bergsgatan together, past the solid facade of the Kronoberg swimming pool and the heavy metal gate to the prison. "When can I have my pistol back?" Joona says, leaning on his stick with each step. "I am not even allowed to talk to you," she points out, as they pass the oldest part of police headquarters, where the regional police chief has his office. Margot tells him that Bergen Kern has started to talk. Apparently his hypnosis had the effect that Erik was hoping for, providing him with a key to help him past the shock and find a way of structuring his memories. Bijon says his wife was sitting on the floor with her hand over her ear, when he found her. The same pattern, Joona nods. We have got nothing but the murders and the recurring modus operandi. We have gathered a hell of a lot of questions, but no answers at all so far. They cut across. Radus Parkan. Joona is limping and Margot holds both hands across his big stomach. The act of filming them through windows is central, Joona says after a while. What are you thinking? I am not getting anywhere, she admits, glancing sideways at him. The trees are shimmering grey with damp, and there are yellow leaves in their crowns. Joona is thinking that the murderer is a voyeur, a stalker who gets to know his victims and chooses to capture a recurrent moment of life in his films. And the hands, he mutters. Yes, what the hell is going on with the hands? I don't know, he replies, thinking that the hands are used to mark different places on the body. It wasn't Philip Cronstead who took the chathen-bhagat from Maria. It was the murderer, the person Philip had caught a glimpses of in the garden, filming in the rain. Maybe the tungsten was the reason why the preacher went in, the incitement that was needed for him to cross the boundary. They walked past a 7-Eleven shop. The tabloids fly sheets are offering a test to check if your boss is a psychopath. Joona thinks that the preacher kills the woman, takes her jewelry, marks the place he took it from with the victim's hand to let us know why and maybe understand the nature of the accusation. It is a sort of announcement of the accusation, like the nun hung on Jesus' cross. Rebecca Hansen was found sitting with her hand around her neck, Maria Carlson with her hand in her mouth, Susanna Kern with her hand over her ear, and Sandra with her hand over her breast. He's taken something from each and every one of them. It could be jewelry. It could be something else, he says. But why? Margot asks. Because they have broken the rules. Joona, I know, you go your own way, Margot says. But if you do, track Rocky down at that place and find something out. It would be nice if you shared it. I will call you privately, he replies after a brief pause. I don't care how you go about it, she says, but I would really like to stop this fucking killer before we have any more victims, and preferably without losing my job. As they cross Fleming-Gatton and approach the location for his meeting with Millen, he tells her to wait. Keep your distance now, he repeats. Who the hell is Millen anyway? Millen has steered clear of police headquarters for the past 6 years. The only time Joona had seen him was on film from a surveillance camera. He was in the background of a shady underworld fight, acting weirdly and then shooting a man in the back. Millen Placil works for the drugs squad, usually on long-term surveillance and infiltration jobs, and he has the largest network of informants in the whole of Stockholm. He is pretty smart, Joona replies. There are rumors that he has a child with a woman in the Bosnian mafia, but no one really knows. Millen has become a grey, shadowy figure, always living in the liminal world of the infiltrator and always having a hidden agenda has made him a stranger to everyone. You might think he is unarmed, but he's probably got a Beretta Nano strapped round his ankle, Joona says. Why are you telling me this? Because he would sacrifice us if we posted a risk to his undercover work. Should I be worried? Margot wonders. Millen's kind of unusual. So it would be best to keep your distance, Joona repeats. He leaves her on the other side of the street and carries on alone past the impossible buildings to the end of the bridge, then down to step the bottom of the first flight where the addicts usually hang out. The air is thick with the smell of stale urine, the ground covered with cigarette butts and the remnant of a broken green glass bottle. The steel arches of the bridge are covered with spikes to stop pigeon landing there, but the entire concrete foundation are still hidden beneath a thick layer of droppings. A shadow approaches along the walkway. Joona realizes that it is Millen, leans his stick against the wall and waits for him to climb up to the landing. Millen Placil is 30 years old, with shaved hair and dark canine eyes. He is thin as teenager and dressed in a shiny black tracksuit and expensive trainers. I have heard about you, Joona Linna, Millen says, glancing down toward the water. I need to find a place called the Zone. You usually carry a 45 Colt compact. She can't stand up there, Millen says, nodding up the steps. Joona sighs when he realizes that Margot has followed him and turns round to call to her. Margot, come down. She looks over the railing, hesitates, then comes down the step with her hand on the rail. The Zone, Millen repeats. It is somewhere that is existed for more than 10 years, probably south of Stockholm, but we don't know for sure. You can stop there, Millen says to Margot when she has almost reached the landing. It is a place where you can buy serious drugs and sex, Joona says. If I say something, I want a kiss on the lips, Millen smiles. Okay, Joona says. Her too, she needs to do it as well. What? Margot says, peering at them. I want a kiss, Millen says, pointing at his lips. No, she laughs. Then you have to look at my cock, he says seriously, and pull his trousers and underpants down. Sweet, she says without batting an eyelid. Shit, I am only messing about. Yeah, I get it. You are national crime, aren't you? Yes. Armed, he asked, pulling his trousers back up. Glock. Millen laughs silently and looks down at the walkway. A swarm of tiny insects is hovering in the air by the side of the step. The only place that is all like your description used to be out in Barker Bay, he says, giving Joona a quick glance. Club Noir, that was its name, but it is gone now. This is neither the country nor the time for big brothels. The most usual sort these days is a flat with a couple of girls from Eastern Europe. All done on the internet. Load of links in the chain. No one's ever guilty of a fucking thing. But this place did exist, Joona says. Before my time, it is not there anymore. It can't be. No one ever mentioned it. Who do we ask? Millen turns toward him. A faint shadow of a mustache makes his lips look even thinner. His small black eyes are set deep, close together. Me, he replies. If it is possible to buy heroin there, I would know about it. Unless it is a tiny Russian enclave. So, where do people buy heroin? Margot asked. If you don't have any contacts, Sergel's dog is still the place to go. Nothing changes. A lot been getting through lately from Afghanistan, but it gets repacked several times along the way. Once again, no one's ever guilty. Millen rubbed his nose hand hard, spit close to Margot's feet, then repeat that the zone doesn't exist. Part 13. Erik has had a terrible headache for 2 days. He spent the morning reading Rainer Maria Rilke's poetry, while a morose man turns the grand piano that is just been brought in through the terrace doors. Erik looks up as Joona Linna emerges from the study. He is changed into a tracksuit and disappeared into the hall when there is a ring on the door. Erik's bought a grand piano. An excited girl's voice says, "You must be Madeline," Joona says. Erik puts his book down when he hears their voices and quickly goes into the toilet and rinses his face. His hands are shaking and he feels a pang of angst as he looks into his own bloodshot eyes. The 3 photographs, the smell of plastic in the meeting room, Sandra's green eyes and Maria Carlson's generous smile are chasing through his mind. When he returns, Jackie and Madeline are already standing in the living room in front of the piano, whispering and giggling. Jackie folded her white stick away and put her hand on her daughter's shoulder when he walked in. "Are you trying to impress me?" she asked. "It is really, really lovely," Madeline says. "Try it," Erik says shakily. "Has it been turned after the move?" Jackie asked. "That was part of the deal," he replies. Madeline sit down on the stool and start playing one of Satie's nocturnes. She moves her fingers softly and her little body is upright and focused. When she finished the last note, she turns round with a big smile on her face. Erik applauds and can almost feel tears welling up in his eyes. "Wonderful. How can you be so good? It is going to need to be turned again fairly soon," Jackie says. "Okay." She smiles and runs her fingers over the shiny black of the closed lid. Her hand looks like it is made out of stone in the reflection in the varnish. "But it sounds very nice." "Good," Erik says. Madeline tugs at his arm. "Now I want to hear the robot play," she says. "No," Erik protests. Yes, both Madeline and Jackie laughs. "Okay, but you have set a very high standard," Erik mumbles and sits down. He puts his fingers on the key, feels himself shaking and stops himself before he is even started. "I mean, Maddie, I am so impressed," he says. "You are good too," she says. "Are you this good at football?" "No." "I bet you are," Erik says warmly. "I was thinking of coming early so I have time to see you score a goal tomorrow." The girl's face stiffens and she looks upset. "What?" Jackie asks. "When I pick Maddie up after her match," Erik replies. Jackie's face goes pale and turns hard. "That was yesterday," she says in a heavy voice. "Mom, I can make you on." "Did you walk on your own?" Jackie asks. "I don't understand," Erik says. "I thought." "Be quiet," she interrupts. "Maddie, Did Erik not turn up after the match? It was fine, Mum, the little girl says and starts to cry. Erik merely sits there with his hands hanging, feeling his headache throb. He suddenly feels sick again. I am so sorry, he says quietly. I can't understand how. You promised me. Mum, stop. Madeline cries. Jackie, I have had such a ridiculous amount too. I don't care, she yells. I don't want to hear. Stop shouting. Madeline sobs. Erik kneels down in front of her and looks her in the eye. Maddie, I thought it was tomorrow. I got it wrong. It is okay. Don't talk to him. Jackie snaps. Please, I only want to. I know it, she says, and her dark glasses flash angrily. Those pills, they weren't Alvedon, were they? I am a doctor, Erik tries to explain, standing up. I know what I am doing. Fine, Jackie mutters as she pulls Madeline toward the door. But this time she walked into the table that had to be moved to make room for the piano. A vase of dried flowers falls and breaks into 3 large pieces. Mum, you broke. I don't care, Jackie snaps. Madeline looks scared as she follows her mother, crying and hiccuping. Jackie, wait, Erik pleads, trying to follow them. I am having a bit of trouble with my pills. I don't how it happened, but do you think I care? Am I supposed to feel sorry for you now because you take drug and put my daughter in danger? I can't trust you now. You must see that, surely. I don't want you anywhere near her. I will call a taxi, Erik says heavily. Mum, it wasn't his fault. Please, Mum. Jackie doesn't answer. Tears are streaming down her cheeks as she leads her daughter outside. I am sorry. I ruined everything. Madeline sobs. Part 14. Where Master Samuel Gatton crosses the tall building form a canyon that forces the wind to become gusty and hard. Dust and rubbish swirl about restlessly around the little bronze girl whose downturned eyes have been surrounded by prostitutes for more than 3 decades. Erik has come with Joona so that he is close at hand if they manage to find Rocky. He is sitting in the mozzarella restaurant and has just ordered a cup of coffee. He is already called Jockey and left 2 messages for her, apologizing and then trying to explain that there might be a patient stalking him. He takes a sip of his coffee and sees his worried face reflected in the window facing the street. He can't understand how he has managed to ruin everything. Being alone after Simone left hadn't scared him. But then he had been given another chance. Cupid had crept to the edge of his cloud and fired another arrow his way. He gets out his phone, looks at the time, then calls Jackie for a 3rd time. When her recorded voice asks him to leave a message, he closes his eyes and speaks. Jackie, I am so very sorry. I have already said that, but people do make mistakes. I am not going to make any excuses, but I am here. I will wait for you. I will practice my etude and I am prepared to do whatever it takes to make you start trusting me again. As Erik put his phone down on the table alongside his cup, Joona stopped next to 2 women standing against a blank concrete wall. Leaning on his stick, he tries to strike up a conversation with them. But when they realize he isn't a customer, they turn their back on him and begin talking to each other in low voices. Do you know somewhere called the Zone? He asked. I will pay well if you can tell me where it is. They start to talk off, and Joona limps after them, trying to explain that the Zone might be called something else officially. He stopped and turned to walk in the opposite direction. Further ahead, close to the Kungsgatan Tower, a thin woman gets into a white jean. Joona passes some scaffolding and sees a pile of discarded latex gloves and condoms beside the wall. A woman in her 40s is sitting in the next doorway. Her hair is pulled up into a messy ponytail and she is wrapped in a thick jacket. She is wearing a pair of stained red shorts and her legs are bare and covered in scabs. Excuse me, Joona says. I am going. The woman slurs. She stands up with the manner of someone who is used to being moved on. Her coat falls open, revealing her cropped t-shirt, and she looks up. Lisa, Joona says. Her eyes are watery and her face is wrinkled and tired. They told you you were dead, she says. I came back. You came back. She laughs hoarsely. Doesn't everyone? She rubs her eyes hard, smearing her makeup. Your son, Joona says, leaning on his stick. He was with a foster family. You were going to start seeing him again. Are you disappointed in me? She asked, turning her face away. I just thought you would pack this in, he replies. So did I. But what the hell? She takes a few unsteady steps, then stops and leans on an overflowing rubbish bin. Can I get you a coffee and a cheese roll? Joona asks. Lisa shakes her head. You have to eat, don't you? She looks up and blows some strands of hair from her face. Just tell me what you want to know. Do you know a place called the Zone? It sounds like a lot of girls work there. It is pretty Russian. It is existed for 10 years or so, and you can get hold of heroin fairly easily there. There used to be a place out in the Barker Bay. What the fuck was it called? Club Noir. That is gone now. A flock of sparrows takes off from the trees. There is the massage parlor out in Solna, but that is too small, Joona says. Try the internet, she suggests. Thanks, I will do that, he says and starts to walk off. Most men are okay, she mutters. Joona stops and looks at her again. She is standing unsteadily with her hand on the rubbish bin, licking her lips. Do you know where Peter Darlin hangs out these days? He asked. In hell, I hope I know. But if he hasn't got there yet. She bends over and starts stretching her leg. I heard he had moved back into his mom's flat in the paulo-coelho building, she says quietly and stares at her nails. Part 15. Erik pulls up in the car park beneath the shopping center at paulo-coelho, and as they walk toward the lift, Joona explains that he is not allowed to be there. I have got a restraining order, he says, and his smile makes Erik shiver. On the 6th floor, they walk along a dull corridor with names on the letterboxes. Dusty doormat, proms and trainers. Joona rings on a door wearing an ornate brass sign with the name Darlin on it. After a while, a woman in her 20s opens the door. There is a frightened look in her eyes. She has got bad skin and her hair is in old-fashioned rollers. Is Peter watching television? Joona asks, walking in. Erik follows him and closes the door. He looks around the drab hall with floral embroidery on the walls as well as color photographs of an old woman with two cats in her lap. Joona pushes the glass door open with his stick, walks straight into the living room and stops in front of an old man sitting on a brown leather sofa with two tabby cats. He is wearing thick glasses, a white shirt and a red tie, and his wavy hair has been combed over a bald patch in the middle of his head. An old episode of Columbo is showing on television. Peter Fogg put his hand in the pocket of his crumpled raincoat and smiles to himself. The man on the sofa gives Joona a quick glance, pulls a cat treat from a dusty bag, throws it on the floor, and then smells his fingers. The two cats jump down onto the floor without much enthusiasm and sniff the treat. The young woman limps off to the kitchen and squeezes out a dishcloth. "Did you do your usual?" Joona asks. "You don't know anything," Peter Darling says in a nasal voice. "Does she have any idea that this is only the start?" Peter Darling smiles at him, but the corners of his eyes are switching nervously. "I have undergone voluntary sterilization. You know that," he says. "My conviction was overturned in the Court of Appeal. I was awarded damages, and you are not allowed to come anywhere near me. I will leave as soon as you answer my question. You can count on me reporting this," he says, scratching his groin. "I need to find a place called the Zone. Good luck, Peter. You have been to all the places people aren't supposed to go, and I am very, very bad," the man says sarcastically. The girl in the kitchen puts her hand against her stomach and closes her eyes for a moment. "She is not wearing any pants," Peter says, putting his feet up on the end of the sofa. "They are soaking in vinegar under the bed." "Erik," Joona says, "get her out of here. Explain that we are from the police. I think she need to see a doctor." "I will only find another one," Peter says nonchalantly. Erik leads the girl into the hall. She is holding her hand to her stomach and sways as she pulls her boot on and picks up her bag. Before they have been closed the door, Joona grabs hold of one of Peter's ankles and starts walking toward the kitchen. The older man manages to grab hold of the arm of the sofa, which moves with him, crumbling the Persian carpet. "Let go of me. You are not allowed." The sofa catches on the threshold of the kitchen and Peter slides over the armrest and groans loudly as he hits the floor. Joona drags him across the linoleum kitchen floor. There is a clatter of cat's paws as they scuttle away. Peter tries to grab hold of one leg of the table but can't quite reach. Joona leans his stick in the corner, opens the door to the balcony and drags Peter out onto the green plastic grass before letting go. "What are you playing at? I don't know anything, and you are not." Joona grabs him and heaves him over the railing, and he thuds into the outside of the red balcony screen. He doesn't let go until he sees that Peter is holding on properly. "I am slipping," Peter cries. His knuckles are turning white and his glasses tumble to the ground far below. "Tell me where the Zone is." "I have never heard of it," he gasps. "A large place, could be Russian, with prostitutes, a stage, plenty of drugs circulating." "I don't know," Peter sobs. "You have to believe me." "Then I am leaving," Joona says and turns away. "Okay, I have heard the name, Joona. I can't hold on any longer. I don't know where it is. I don't know anything. Joona looks at him again, then pulls him back over the railing. Peter's whole body is shaking as he tries to get into the kitchen. That is not enough, Joona says, pushing him back toward the railing. A few years ago, there was a girl. She mentioned some case from Volgograd, he says quickly, moving along the railing to the wall. It wasn't a brothel. It sounded more like a ring. You know, though as hell. Everyone watching each other. Where was it? I have got no idea, I swear, he whispers. I would tell you if I know. Where can I find the woman who told you about it? It was in a bar in Bangkok. She would spend a few years in Stockholm. I don't know what her name is. Joona returned to the kitchen. Peter Dalen follows him and closes the door to the balcony. You can't just do this, he says, pulling himself together and wiping his tears with the kitchen rod. You will get the sack, and I am not in the police anymore, Joona says, picking up his stick from the corner. So I have got plenty of time to keep an eye on you. What do you mean, keep an eye on me? What do you want? If you do as I say, you will be fine, Joona replies, turning his stick over in his hands. What do you want me to do? Peter Dalen asked. As soon as you have been to the hospital, you go to the police and... Why would I be going to the hospital? Joona hits Peter Dalen across the face with his stick. He staggers backward, clutching both hands to his nose, stumbles into the chair, falls on his back and hits his head on the floor so hard that blood splatters the cat food in the bowls. When you have been to the hospital, you go to the police and confess to all the assaults, Joona says, pushing the stick onto the pit of his throat. Merjam was 14 years old when she killed herself. Anna Lena lost her ovaries. Lisa got caught in prostitution. And the girl who was here just now. Okay, Peter cries, okay. Part 16. Erik picks Joona up from Berlin wagon after driving the young woman to a gynecologist he knows at the Sofia Hospital. Now we know that the zone exists, Joona says as he gets in the car, but it seems to be a Russian setup where you buy membership by contributing to their illegal activities, and that way you are bound to keep quiet, Erik says, drumming his fingers on the wheels. That is why no one knows anything. We are never going to be able to track it down, and it would take several years to infiltrate. Joona looks at his phone and sees that Nils Erlen has called him 3 times in the last hour. Now we have only one lead to follow if we are going to find the zone, Joona says, and that is the woman Rocky called Tina. But she is not alive anymore, is she? She not in the database. No one's been murdered that way in Sweden, he replies, having an arm chopped off. Isn't the sort of thing that is likely to get missed. Maybe it was just a nightmare. Do you believe that? Joona asked. No. Right. Let us go and see Nils Erlen. The Forensic Medicine Institute has a number of lecture rooms, but only one room for the display of bodies. The hall is reminiscent of an anatomy theater. The room is circular, with banks of seats rising higher and higher around the small stage containing the postmortem table. From the lobby, they can hear Nils Erlen's sharp voice through the closed doors. He is just finishing the lecture. They go in as quietly as they can and sit down. Alan is dressed in his white coat and is standing beside the blackened body of a man who froze to death. And out of everything I have said today, there is one particular thing that you mustn't forget. Nils Alan says in conclusion, a human being isn't dead until it is both dead and warm. He puts a gloved hand onto the chest of the corpse and gives a bow as the medical students applaud. Joona and Erik wait until the students have left the room before going down to the central dais. The corpse is giving off a strong smell of yeast and decay. I have checked our record as well, Alan says, but there is no mention of that sort of injury. I have been through the database covering violent crime, accidents and suicide. She doesn't exist. But you also checked for me, Joona says. So the obvious answer is that the body hasn't been found, Alan mutters, taking off his glasses and polishing them. Of course, but some are never found, Alan interrupts. Some are found many years later and some are found but never identified. We try dental record and DNA and keep the bodies for a couple of years. The people at the National Board of Forensic Medicine are good, but even they have to bury a few unidentified bodies each year. The injuries would still be recorded, though, wouldn't they? Joona persists. Nils Alan has a strange glint in his eye as he lowers his voice. I have thought of another possibility, he says. There used to be a group of forensic medical officers who collaborated with certain detectives. They were known as the tax savers, and they believed they could identify in advance the case that were never going to lead anywhere. You have never told me about that, Joona says. It was back in the 80s. The tax savers didn't want Swedish taxpayers to be burdened with the cost of pointless police investigations and hopeless attempts to identify bodies. It wasn't a major scandal. A few people got ticked off, but it made me think. When you described Tina as a heroin addict, a prostitute, possibly a victim of human trafficking, you are wondering if the tax servers are still active? Joona asks. No paperwork, Nils Alan says, clicking his fingers. No investigation, no Interpol. The body get buried as an unknown and the resources are used elsewhere. But in that case, Tina would still be in the database of the National Board of Forensic Medicine, Erik says. Try looking for an unidentified body. Natural cause of death, illness, Alan says. Who do I talk to? Joona asks. Talk to Johan in forensic genetics. Mentioned my name, he says. Or I could give him a call, seeing as we are here. He scrolls through his contact, then put his mobile to his ear. Hello, this is Professor Nils Alan. No, thank you. It was very enjoyable, just offbeat enough, I would say. Alan circles the body twice as he talks. When he ends the call, he stands in silence for a moment. His mouth switches slightly. The empty benches spread out across them like the growth rings of a huge tree. There is only one unknown woman from Stockholm who matches Tina's age during the period is in question, Alan says eventually. Either it is her or her body was never found. So could it be her? Erik asks. The death certificate says heart attack. There is a reference to another file, but that file doesn't exist. There is No description of the body. Obviously, they kept a DNA sample, fingerprints, dental record. Ellen replies. Where is she now? Joona asks. She is in Skogsin garden, buried among the trees of the forest cemetery. Ellen smiles. No name. Grave number 322 53332. Part 17. Skogslin Garden, to the south of Stockholm, is a UNESCO World Heritage Site and hold more than 100,000 graves. Erik and Joona walk along the well-tended path past the woodland chapel and notice the yellow roses in front of Greta Garbo's red headstone. Block number 53 is located further away, close to the fence facing Gamla. The cemetery workers have unloaded a digger on caterpillar tracks from a council truck and have already dug out the earth above the coffin. The grass is lying alongside and heap of soil, a tangle of fibrous root and plumb worms. Nil Erland and his assistant Fripp are approaching from the other direction, and the four of them greet each other in subdued voice. Fripp has had a haircut and her face look a bit rounder, but he is still wearing the same old studded belt and washed out t-shirt with a black logo. The cab of the digger rotates gently and the scoop sinks and moves forward, carefully scraping the soil from the lid of the coffin. As usual, Nils is giving Fripp a short lecture, this time about how ammonia, hydrogen sulfide and hydrocarbons are released when protein and carbohydrate break down. The final stage of the decomposition process leaves the skeleton entirely exposed. Nils signals to the digger driver to back away. Clumps of clay soil fall from the blade of the scoop. He slides down into the grave with his hand on the edge. The lid of the coffin has given by under the weight of the soil. The scraps around the edge of the coffin with a spade, then brushes it clean with his hand. Insert the blade of the spade under the lid and tries to prise it open, but the chipboard snaps. There is no strength left in it. It is like wet cardboard. Nils whispers something to himself, tosses the spade aside and slowly starts removing it, pieces by pieces, with his hand. He passes the pieces to Fripp until the content of the grave are entirely uncovered. The dead body isn't remotely unpleasant. It just looks differenceless. The skeleton in the coffin looks small, almost like a child's, but Nils Erland assures that it belonged to a grown woman, 1 meter 65 tall. He murmured. She was buried in a t-shirt and briefs. The fabric is clinging to the skeleton. The curve of the rib cage is intact, but the material has sunk into the pelvis. An image of a cobalt blue angel is still visible on the t-shirt. Fripp walks around the grave, taking the photograph from every angle. Alan has taken out a small brush, which he uses to remove soil and a fragment of chipboard from the skeleton. The left arm has been chopped off close to the shoulder. Alan declares, "We have found the nightmare." Joona says in low voice. They watches Ellen carefully turn the skull. The jaw has come loose, but otherwise the cranium is in one piece. Deep incisions across the front of the cranium. Ellen says, forehead, zygomatic bone, cheekbone, upper jaw. The incision continue across the collarbone and sternum. The preacher's back. Erik says with an ominous feeling in pit of his stomach. Nels Ellen goes on, brushing soil away from the body. Next to the hip bone, he find a wristwatch with a scratched face. The leather strap-in is gone, turned to grey dust. Looks like a men's watch, he says, picking it up and turning it over. The back is inscribed with Cyrillic letters. Alan takes out his mobile and takes a picture of the letters. I will send this to Maria, to the Slavic Institute, he mutters. Part 18. Joona's just had another cortisone injection and is in Erik's back garden practicing combat technique with a long wooden pole. Nils Allen is trying to track down the colleague who signed Tina's death certificate while they wait for the translation of the engraving on the watch to find out if it can help them make progress. Erik is sitting at the grand piano watching his friend's repetitive pattern of blocks and attacks as shadows cross to thin linen curtain. Like a Chinese shadow theater, he thinks, then looks down at the piano key in front of him. He was planning to practice his etude, but can't bring himself to try. His mind is too unfocused. He still hasn't got hold of Jackie, and Nellie called him from work an hour ago to ask if she could come over. Slowly he put his little finger on the key and strike it, making the first note echo as his phone started to ring. Erik Maria Bark, he answers. Hello. A high voice says, my name is Madeline Federer and Muddy. Erik gasps. How are you? Fine, she says quietly. I have borrowed Rosita's phone. I just wanted to say it was nice when you were here with us. I loved spending time with you and your mom. Erik says, Mom misses you, but she is silly and pretend that you need to listen to her. And Muddy, someone calls in the background. What are you doing with my phone? Sorry, I ruined everything, the girl says quickly. Then the call ends. Erik slips off his piano stool and just sits on the floor with his hands over his face. After a while he lies back and stares up at the ceiling, thinking that it is time to get a grip on things again and stop taking pills. He is used to helping patients move on. When everything is at its darkest, it can only get brighter, he usually says. He gets up with a sigh, goes and rinses his face, then sits down on the step outside the glass door. Joona groans as he turns round, strikes low with the stick, then jabs behind him before he stops and looks into Erik's face. His face is wet with sweat, his muscles are pumped with blood and he is breathing hard, but isn't exactly out of breath. Have you had time to look into your old patients? I have found a few who were the children of priestess, Erik says. Then he hears a car pull in and stop at the front of the house. Give their names to Margot. But I have only just started going through the archive, he says. She is wearing a fitted riding jacket and tight black trousers. We ought to be at Rachel Yehuda's lecture, she says, sitting down next to Erik. Is that today? Joona's phone rings and he walks over toward the shed before answering. It strikes Erik that Nellie seems tired and subdued. The thin skin below her eyes is grey and she is frowning. Can't you report yourself? She asks. I have thought about it. She just shakes her head and looks weirdly at him. Do you think my mouth is ugly? She asks. Your lips get thinner as you get older. And Martin, I have very sensitive when it comes to mouths. So how does Martin look then? Hasn't he got older? Doesn't laugh. But I am thinking of having surgery. I am not prepared to get older. I don't want anyone thinking he is being kind by sleeping with me. You are very attractive, Nellie. I am not fishing for compliments. But that is not the way it feels. Not anymore. She falls silent as her chin starts to tremble. What is happened? Nothing, she says, gently rubbing beneath her eyes before looking up. You need to talk to Martin about those porn films if it is unsettling you. It isn't, she says. Joona has finished his call and is heading toward them with his phone in his hand. The Slavic Institute have managed to decipher the letting on that watch. The writings Belarusian apparently. What does it say? Erik asked. In honor of Andrich Kelov's great achievements, military faculty, Yanga Kubala University. They follow Joona into the study and listen to him as he tracked the name down in less than 5 minutes. Interpol has 190 member countries and he is put through by the unit of International Police Cooperation to the office of the National Central Bureau in Minsk. He finds out that there is no indication that Andrich Keller is missing, but that a woman by the name of Natalia Kelyova from Gomel has been reported missing. In British accented English, the woman on the phone explains that Natalia, the woman Rocky called Tina, was believed to have been a victim of human trafficking. Her family says that a friend of her called from Sweden and encouraged her to go there via Finland without a residence permit. Is that everything? Joona asks. You could try talking to her sister, the woman says. Her sister? She went to Sweden to look for her big sister and is evidently still there. It says here that she calls us regularly to find out if there is any news. What is the sister's name? Irina Kelyova. Part 19. The Central Kitchen of the NBA smells of boiled potatoes. The cooks are standing at their stove, dressing in protective white clothing and hairnets. The sound of a slicing machine echoes off the tiled walls and metal worktops. Erik asked Nellie to go with them to meet Irina Kelyova. It could be useful to have a female psychologist on hand when the woman found out that her sister had been a victim of the sex trafficking industry before she was murdered. Irina is dressed like all the others in a hairnet and white coat. She is standing by a row of huge saucepans hanging from fixed hooks. She is staring at a display panel with a look of concentration, taps a command and pulls a lever to tip one of the pans. Irina, Joona asks. She lifts her head and looks inquisitively at the three strangers. Her cheeks are red and her forehead sweaty from the steam rising from the boiling water, and a strand of loose hair is hanging over her brow. Do you speak Swedish? Yes, she says and carries on working. We are from the police, the National Criminal Investigation Department. I have got a residence permit, she says quickly. Everything in my locker, my passport and all my documents. Is there somewhere we could go and talk? I need to ask my boss first. We have already spoken to him, Joona says. Irina says something to one of the women, who smiles back. She puts her hairnet in her pocket, then leads them through the noisy kitchen, past a row of food trolleys and into a small staff room with a sink full of unwashed mugs. There are 6 chairs around a table with a bowl of apples at its center. I thought I was about to get the sack, she says with a nervous smile. Can we sit down? Joona asks. Irina nods and sits on one of the chairs. She has a pretty round face like a 14-year-old. Joona looks at her slender shoulders in her white coat and finds himself thinking of her sister's white skeleton in the grave. Natalia used the name Tina as a prostitute, and she was murdered and buried like so much rubbish because she was alone, had no papers and no one to help her. She was used up by Sweden and afterwards wasn't even worth the cost of proper identification. There is nothing so hard in police work as having to inform a relative about a death in the course of an investigation. There is no way to get used to the pain that fills their eyes, the way all the color drains from their faces. Any attempt to be sociable, to laugh and joke vanishes. The last thing to go is an effort to appear rational, to try to ask sensible questions. Irina gathers together some crumbs on the table with a trembling hand. Hope and fear flit across her face. I am afraid we have got bad news, Joona says. Your sister Natalia is dead. Her remains have just been found. Now, she asked hollowly. She has been dead for 9 years. I don't understand, but she is only just been found. In Sweden, I looked for her. I don't understand. She had been buried but couldn't be identified before. That is why it is taken so long. The small hands keep moving the crumbs, then slip onto her lap. How did it happen? She asked, her eyes still wide open and empty. We are not sure yet, Erik replies. Her heart was always. She didn't want to worry us, but sometime it would just stop beating. It felt like an eternity before it. Irina's chin begins to tremble. She hides her mouth with her hand, looks down and swallows hard. Have you got anyone to talk to after work? Nellie asks. What? She quickly wipes the tears from her cheeks, swallows again and looks up. Oh, she says in a more focused voice. What do I have to do? Do I have to pay anything? Nothing. We would just like to ask a few questions, Joona says. Would that be okay? She nods and starts picking at the crumbs on the table again. They hear a metallic sound from the kitchen and someone tries the door. Did you have any contact with your sister while she was in Sweden? Irina shakes her head. Her mouth moves slightly. Then she looks up. I was the only person we knew. She was heading to Stockholm, but I promised not to say anything. I was young. I didn't understand. She was very stern with me. Said she wanted to surprise Mom with her first wages. Nothing ever came, but I spoke to her on the telephone once. She just said that everything would be all right. Irina falls silent and drifts off. Did she say where she was living? We haven't got any brothers, she replies. Dad died when we are little. I don't remember him, but Natalia did. And after Natalia had gone, there was just me and Mom left. Mom missed her so much. She used to cry and worry about her weak hurt and said she just knew that something terrible had happened. So I thought if I could find my sister and take her back home, then everything would be fine. Mom didn't want me to leave, and she was alone when she died. I am so sorry, Joona says. Thank you. Well, now I know that Natalia is dead, Irina says, getting to her feet. I suppose I suspected as much, but now I know. Do you know where she was living? No. She takes a step toward the door, clearly keen to get away from the whole situation. Please sit down for a moment, Erik asks. Okay, but I need to get back to work, Irina, Joona says with a dark resonance in his voice that make the young woman listen. Your sister was murdered. No, I just told you. Her hurt. Irina's coat catches on the back of the chair, dragging it backward with her. As the truth sinks in, she loses control of her face. Her cheeks turn white, her lips quiver, and her pupils dilate. No, she whimpers. She leans back against the worktop, shakes her head, fumbles across the front of the fridge for something to hold on to. Nellie tries to calm her down, but she pulls free. Irina, you need to. God, no, not Natalia, she cries. She promised. She grabs hold of the hand of the fridge, and the door swings open as she falls, dislodging a shelf full of ketchup and jam. Nellie hurries across to her and holds her slender shoulders. She curls up in Nellie's lap and tries to hold her hand over her mouth as she cries, screaming into her palm and shaking uncontrollably. After a while, she calms down and sits up, but she is still breathing unevenly. Between sobs, she wipes her tears and cleans her throat weakly, trying to control her breathing. Did someone hurt her? She asked in a ragged voice. Did they hit her? Did they hit Natalia? Her face contorts again as she tries to hold her tears back, but they run down her cheeks. Joona takes some napkin from pack on the worktop and hands them to her, then pulls a chair over and sits down in front of her. If you know anything at all, it is very important that you tell us, he says sternly. What could I know? She says, looking at them in confusion. We are just trying to find the person who did this, Nellie says, brushing the hair from Irina's face. You spoke to your sister on the phone, Joona goes on. Did she tell you where she lived or what her job was? There are those men who trick girls from poor countries who say they are going to get good job. But Natalia was smart. She said it wasn't anything like that. That it was real. She promised me. But I have been to the furniture factory. No one there had heard of Natalia. They are not employing anyone. Haven't done for years. Her eyes are red from crying and tiny red spots have appeared on the fair skin of her forehead. What is the name of the factory? Erik asked. Sofa Zone, she says blankly. It is out in Hogdalen. Nellie remains seated on the floor with Irina, stroking her head and promising to stay with her for as long as she wants. Erik exchanges a quick glance with Nellie, then walks back out through the noisy kitchen with Joona. Part 20. Margot Silverman is sitting in front of a computer in the investigation room, looking at Erik's recording of Rocky's hypnosis again. His large head is drooping forward as he described his visit to the zone in a languid voice. He talks about the dealers and strippers and the fact that he thought he could pick up some money there. As Margot listens, her eyes drift along the wall of the room. The victim's patterns of movement are marked in 3 different colors on the large map. Every place, every street where they could have come into contact with the preacher is marked. On the screen, Rocky shakes his head as he says that the preacher smells of fish guts. Margot sees the pin in the map marking Rebecca Hanson's home in Salem. Serial killer usually stick to their home patch, but in this case the locations are spread out across the most densely populated metropolitan district in Scandinavia. The preacher snorts back some snort, then starts to speak in a really high voice. Rocky says, breathing unevenly. Margot shudders and watches the big man scream on his chair and howl with angst as he describes the way the preacher cuts the woman's arm off. It sounds like when you stick a spade into mud after the discovery out in Stalker garden. No one doubt that the preacher is the serial killer that they are all looking for. She knows it was Joona who persuaded Nils Erlen to order the body to be exhumed. It would have been much easier if she could work with Joona openly, but Benny Rubin and Peter Naslod are backing up Adam, resisting his involvement. Margot doesn't have the authority to let Joona join the investigation, but she is sure as hell not going to stop him from conducting his own inquiries. Rocky shakes his head and his shadow moves across the glossy Playboy pin-up on the wall behind him. The preacher chopped her arm off at the shoulder. Rocky gasps, loosens the tourniquet and drinks. Listen to my voice now, Erik says, and drinks the blood from her arm, while Tina lies bleeding to death on the floor. Dear God in heaven, dear God. Inside Margot's womb, the baby moves so violently that she has to lean back and close her eyes for a while. The preliminary investigation is proceeding systematically according to established routines, but no one really believes that going to produce result in time. The police have knocked on doors and questioned many hundreds of neighbors. They have examined all the footage from surveillance and traffic cameras around the crime scenes. Unless Rocky returns to Curzon Hospital soon, so that Erik can question him properly, they will have to make a public appeal for information about him. Margot switches the video off and has a strong feeling that she is being watched. So gets up and closes the curtain over the window looking out onto the park. She opens her bag and takes out her powder compact, looks at herself in the little mirror and puts some more powder on. Her nose has got shiny and the rings under her eyes look darker. She reapplies her lipstick, blots her lip on a letter from the National Police Board, adjusts her hair, then calls Jenny on Skype. She can see herself on the screen and as the call is connected, she undoes one button on her blouse and moves backward slightly so that her cheeks are framed better. Jenny answers almost immediately. She looks across but attractive, but her messy black hair tumbling over her thin shoulders. She is wearing a washed out vest and the little golden heart is shimmering against her neck. Hi baby, Margot says quietly. Have you caught the bad guy yet then? I thought I was the bad guy, Margot says. Jenny smiles and stifles a yawn. Did you call the bank about the ridiculous charge? Yes, and apparently there is nothing wrong with it, Jenny replies. That can't be right, so call them yourself. I just meant, okay, never mind. It is so irritating when they deduct payments for. Oh, what the hell? What did you want? Jenny asked, picking at her armpit. How are the girls? Margot asked. Fine, Jenny says, glancing off to one side, but Linda's still a bit down. She needs to learn to make new friends. She is far too nice. Being nice is a good thing, surely, Margot points out, but she doesn't know what to do when her best friend says she's got fed up of her. She just gets upset and sits and waits. She will learn. Margot would like to be able to tell Jenny about the investigation, about the meaningless hatred and her feeling that the preacher is close by, watching them all. She feels worried for herself because she keeps forgetting all the things that normal people know, and the fact that she is going to have a baby and that people can be happy and secure. You look nice, Margot says, tilting her head to one side. No, I don't, Jenny grins, then yawns loudly. Right, I am going to carry on watching a repeat of the Stockholm horse show. Okay, I will call again later. Jenny blows her a kiss and ends the call, leaving Margot looking at her own face, her father's nose and those thick, colorless eyebrows. I look like someone's aunt, she thinks, like my dad, if he had been a woman. The suspicion that there is something wrong between her and Jenny is snacking its way through Margot's head when Adam Yusuf comes into the room and opens the window facing the park. He has been in a meeting with Nathan Pollock and Elton Erickson from the National Murder Unit in an attempt to prune the list of potential perpetrators and help move the preliminary investigation forward. I had Pollock as one of my lectures when I was training, Margot says. Yes, he said. Adam replies as he sits down and leaves through a bundle of papers. Have you got the new profile there? Margot asks. Adam runs his hands through his thick hair in frustration. They just keep repeating, thinking we already know. That is how it works. Setting up things that seem obvious as the parameters, she replies, leaning back. The murders are characterized by a high degree of risk-taking, forensic awareness and excessive brutality. He reads, the victims are women of child-bearing age. The crime scenes are the victims' homes. The motive is instrumental and the violence probably expressive. Margot listens to the generalization and thinks about the fact that Anja's list of names has grown even longer. Considering that Sweden is the most secular country in the world, she can't help thinking that there are an awful lot of priestesses and preachers. They have now got almost 500 people with direct connections at various faith organizations in the Stockholm area who match the general profile. This investigation has ground to a halt, she finds herself thinking once more. If only they had one sighting, just one decent piece of information to go on. They need to bring things into focus. There isn't enough time to check out more than 500 men. Give the murders momentum. So far, the video of his next victim could appear at any time. In order to limit the search as things stand, we need to add in some uncertain parameters, she thinks. Previous violent crimes, for instance, or personality disorders. There are 42 men who have been suspects in other cases. 9 have been convicted of violent crimes, none for stalking, none for murder, and none for brutality that bears any resemblance to our serial killers, Adam says. 11 have convictions for sexual offenses, 30 for drugs. Just give me someone to shoot, she says weirdly. I have got 3 names. None of them is a perfect match, but 2 of them have been investigated for crimes of violence against more than one woman. Good. The first one is a Sven Hugo Anderson, a vicar in the parish of Dended. The other one's a Pasi Jokala. He used to be active in the Philadelphia church, but now he's got his own congregation known as the Joona Revivalists. And the third one, I am not sure, but he is the only one of these 500 who has a documented personality disorder that matches the profile, a 20-year-old diagnosis for borderline psychosis, but he's got no criminal record, doesn't feature in either police or social service registers, and he has also been married for 10 years, which doesn't fit the profile at all. Better than nothing, she says. Anyway, his name's Thomas Appel, and he is the so-called stake president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints out of Jacobberg. We will start with the violent ones, she says, and stand up. Adam goes to his office to call his wife and tell her he's got to work late, and Margot stops in the kitchen, looks in the cupboard and pops Peter Nusslot's packet of jam biscuit in her bag before she walks out. Adam's account of the perpetrator profile has made her think about stalker and serial killer Dennis Rader, whom she wrote. an essay about when she was training. He used to call the police and the media to tell them about his murders. He even used to send the police objects he would taken from his victim. In this case, the perpetrator profile was completely wrong. They had been looking for a divorced, impotent loner, whereas Radar was married, had children, and was active in both the church and the scouting movement. Part 21. They go together in Margot's comfortable Lincoln to make room for her stomach. She's had to move the seat so far back that she can barely reach the pedals with her feet. Only 2 of the 3 names are left. It turns out that Sven Hugo Anderson was in Dunderd Hospital for a bypass operation when Sandra Ledgren was murdered. Once they are past so details they had along the 225 motorway through field of yellow rape, past a large industrial area dominated by AstraZeneca's pale grey facility. They pass beneath some tall electricity pylons. They head into a forested area. Margot put a biscuit in her mouth, chews, tasting the crumbly mixture of sugar and butter. Then the chewy tart jam. Are those Peter's biscuits? Adam asked. He gave them to me, she says, popping the next biscuit in her mouth. He wouldn't even offer one to his wife, but he was very insistent that you have a couple, she says, passing him the packet. Adam takes a biscuit and eats it with a smile, holding one hand under his mouth so as not to drop crumbs in Margot's car. The road gets narrower. Grit flies up behind them and Margot has to slow down. They can make out the occasional cottage down by the lake. Fuzzy Jogla was convicted of aggravated assault, rape and attempted rape. Margot hasn't been on operational duty since she got pregnant, but she is choosing to see this as an extension of office work, given that Pasi Jogla has no listed phone number. Do you think he is dangerous? Adam asked. The 2 of them know that they shouldn't have come out here without the National Task Force if they really believe they have found the unclean preacher, but just to be on the safe side. Margot has brought her Glock and 4 extra magazines. He has problems with aggression and a lack of impulse control, she says, but who the hell hasn't? Pasi Jogla is registered as living at the same address as the Gertuna Revivalist Church. Margot turns off onto a narrow gravel road through sparse forest and can see the lake again. Some 50 cars are parked along the side of the road, but she drives all the way to the fence before stopping. We don't have to do this now, Adam says. I am just going to take a look, Margot says, checking her gun before putting it back in its holster and struggling out of the car. They are standing in front of a rust-red cottage with a white cross made of LED lights covering the gable end. The light inside looks like it is filtering out of the building through narrow gaps in the wood. Behind the house, a wild meadow stretches down toward the lake. The windows are covered on the inside. A loud voice can be heard through the walls. A man shouts something and Margot feels a sudden pang of unease. She keeps walking, her holster rubbing against her. It is sitting too high now that her stomach has grown. They walk past a water butt, thistles a meter tall and a rusty lawn mower. Dozens of slugs lurk in the shadowy grass beside the wall. Maybe we should wait here until they have finished, Adam wonders. I am going in, Margot says curtly. They open the door and walk into the hall. But now everything is completely silent, as if everyone were waiting for them to arrive. On the wall is a poster about meetings beside the lake and a group trip to Alabama. On a table is a bundle of printouts about fundraising for the Gertuna Revivalists new church, next to a buckled cash box and 20 copies of the Redemption hymnal. Adam is hesitant, but she waves him toward her. It may be a church, but she still wants him in the right position if there is going to be any gunfire. Margot holds her stomach with one hand as she walks through the next door. She can hear the sound of murmuring voices. The rest of the building is a single white church hall. The beam of the roof are held up by pillars and everything is painted brilliant white. There are rows of white chairs on the white floor, and up at the front is a small stage. A couple of dozen people have stood up from their seats. Their eyes are fixed on the man on the stage. Margot realizes that the man in front of them is Pasi Jogla. He is wearing a blood-red shirt with open cuffs that are hanging down over his hands. His chair is sticking up from one side of his head and his face is sweaty. His chair is laying on its side behind him. The members of the small choir are silent, looking at him with their mouths open. Pasi raises his head wearily and gazes out across the congregation. I was the mud beneath his feet, the dust in his eye, the dirt under his nails. He says, I sinned, and I sinned on purpose. You know what I have done to myself and to others. You know what I said to my own parents, to my mother and father. The congregation sighs and shuffles uncomfortably. The sickness of sin was ragging in me. Pasi, a woman whimpers looking at him with moist eyes. They all start to mutter prayers. You know that I mugged a man and beat him with a rock. Pasi goes on with growing intensity. You know what I did to Emma, and when she forgave me, I left her and Mikko. You know that I drank so much that I ended up in hospital. The congregation is moving agitatedly now. Chairs scrape the floor. Some topple over, and one man falls to his knees. The atmosphere grows more tense, and Pasi's voice is hoarse from chanting. The meeting seems to be reaching a crescendo. Margot retreated toward the door. As she sees two women holding each other's hand and speak a strange language, incomparable, repetitive words, faster and faster. But I put my life in the Lord's hand and was baptized in the Holy Spirit. Pasi goes on. Now I am the drop of blood running down Christ's cheek. I am the drop of blood. The congregation cheers and applauds. The little choir start to sing with full force. The chains of sin are broken. I am free. I am free. I am delivered of my sin. I am free, saved and free. Hallelujah, hallelujah. Jesus died for me. Hallelujah, hallelujah. I am free. I am free. The congregation joins in, clapping along, and Pasi Jogla stands there with his eyes closed, sweat running down his face. Part 22. Margot and Adam wait outside the church and watch the congregation emerge. They are smiling and chatting, switching their phone on and reading messages as they head towards their cars, waving and saying their goodbyes. After a while, Pasi comes out alone. His red shirt is unbuttoned down his chest and the fabric is dark with sweat under the arms. He is holding a plastic bag from Statoil in his hand as he carefully locks the door. Pasi, Margot says, taking a few steps towards him. The pallets are in the garage, but I need to get to the co-op before they shut, he says, heading towards the gates. We are from National Criminal Investigation Department, Adam says. Would you please stop? Margot says in a sharper tone of voice. He comes to a halt with one hand on the gatepost and turns toward Margot. I thought you were here because of the advert. I have got 5 pallets of polish, Mr. Muscle, that I usually sell to a discount store, but they have cut their order. Do you live here? There is a smaller cottage a little way away, and a garage, Margot adds. He doesn't answer, just prods a rusty pipe that is been stuck into the ground. Can we take a look? Adam asks. No, Pasi leaves. We will have to ask you to come with us. I haven't seen any ID, he says, almost in a whisper. Adam holds his badge up in front of Pasi, but he barely looks at it. He just nods to himself and pulls the pipe from the ground. Drop that now, Margot says, holding the pipe with both hands. Pasi walks slowly toward her. Adam moves aside and draws his sing saucer. I have sinned, he says softly, but I. Stop, Adam shouts. Something let go of Pasi's tense frame. He stops and tosses the pipe in the grass. I have actually sought out sin, but I am forgiven, he says wearily. By God, maybe, Margot replies, but I need to know where I have been for the past 2 weeks. I have been in Alabama, he explains calmly. In the USA, we were visiting a church in Troy. We were there 2 months. I got home the day before yesterday. There was a revivalist meeting on a wooden bridge with a roof. Pasi smiles, like the barrel of a cannon filled with prayer and song. That in itself made the whole trip worthwhile. Margot and Adam keep hold of Pasi while they confirm what he says with the passport authority. It all checks out and they apologize for troubling him. Get back in the car and drive off through the dark forest. So did you see the light? Adam says after a while. Almost. I need to go home. Okay, she says. I can talk to Thomas Apple on my own. No, Adam says. We know. He isn't violent. Thomas Apple is the stake president of the Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saint out in Jacobberg. Of the 500 names on their list, he is the only one who has suffered from a borderline psychiatric personality disorder. Let us do that tomorrow, Adam pleads. Okay, she lies. He glances sideways at her. It is just that Katrina doesn't like being at home on her own. He confesses, yes, you have been away a lot recently. It is not that. She drives slowly along the winding forest track. The baby in her stomach moves and stretches out. I could have a word with Jenny, Margot says. I am sure she could go and be with Katrina. I don't think so, he says with a smile. What, she laughs. No, stop it. Are you worried Katrina might lose her virginity? Stop it, Adam says, skiving in his seat. Margot picks up a biscuit and waits for him to say whatever he is trying to say. I know Kata, and she doesn't want me to arrange for someone to keep her company. She just wants me to prove that I care about our relationship. I will go home as soon as we have spoken to Thomas Apple. Okay, Margot says and can't help feeling relieved that Jenny isn't going to have to spend the night with Katrina. Part 23. The private limited company Sofa Zone turns out to the base of chathen-bhagat in Hongdalen Industrial Estate close to the railway depot. Erik and Joona are driving along next to the barbed wire fence toward 30 or so parked dustbin lorries. Grey diesel is falling, sparkling like sand. The little monkey girl is swinging beneath the ignition key. In the distance, white smoke is billowing from a chimney on the far side of some tall electricity wires. They pass by the empty road between low industrial buildings bearing corporate flags and signs about private security companies, alarms and camera surveillances. Barbed wire fence glint in front of car park full of articulated lorries, vans and containers. The windscreen wipers sweep the rain aside mechanically, leaving a dirty triangle beyond the reach of the blades. Pull over, Joona says. Erik drives around an old tire by the side of the road, slowly down and stop the car. On the other side of the road, weeds and dandelions are growing in front of a tall fence crowned with 4 rows of barbed wire. They stare at the big corrugated metal building. Rust has trickled down from the screws holding up the large sign bearing the name Sofa Zone. This is the zone, isn't it? Erik says seriously. Yes, Joona says and drifts off in thought. Rain covers the windscreen as soon as the wipers stop. The tiny drops quickly form little streams. The zone's only window is in the office at the front. It's grimy and colored with bars. In the parking space next to the fence stand 9 private cars and 2 motorbikes. What are we going to do? Erik says after a while. If Rocky is here, we try to get him out, Joona says, and if he doesn't agree to that, you will have to question him here. But it is not enough for him to say that. The preacher takes drugs, wears makeup and I know. We need an address, a name, he concludes. So how do we get inside? Joona opened the door and cool air bring a smell of wet grass into the car. The noise of the huge railway yard can be heard over the sound of the worsening rain. They leave the car and cross the road. The rain is cooling the ground and mist is rising from the tarmac. How does your hip feel? Erik asked. Fine. They go through the gate into the industrial estate. There is waste cardboard on the ground with disintegrating labels for 3-seat sofas and double divans. Through the filthy window, they can see that the office is dark. The car stops in the car park and the man in the dark grey suit get out and walk round the far end of the building. They wait a few moments, then follow him along the windowless facade. Joona takes out his phone and films the car's registration number as he passes. On the end of the warehouse is a concrete loading bay with metal steps. Beside the large rolling door for goods is a smaller buckled steel door. They carry on to the end of the building, crossing the shimmering black tarmac past the stack of wooden pallets. The man has disappeared. Erik and Joona exchange a glance, then continue round the corner. Pieces of polyester packaging swirls across the wet ground. At the back of the warehouse is a skip surrounded by bindweed and thistles. All the way to the fence are mounds of sand. Their feet leave prints on the wet sand. The man they were following evidently didn't come this way. The steel door by the loading bay must be the entrance to the building. They carry on the long rear of the building, across the sand, feeling the rain drip down their necks. Close to the far corner is another metal door at the bottom of the flight of steps with metal trails to help move wheelie bins up and down. Give me the car key. Erik hands them to him and he removes the metal ring, hands back the little monkey and keys, straightens out the metal and make a hook at the end, pulls a ballpoint pen from his pocket, snaps off the clip and sticks it into the lock. Then insert the straightened keyring, pushes the clip upward and turns the lock. Part 24. The bulb hanging from the ceiling of the waste storage room is broken. The floor is stained from leaking rubbish and 4 bins reek of rancid food. The tattered remnants of the list of rules and regulations hanging off the wall. In the weak light from outside, Joona can see another door at the far end of the room. Come on, he says to Erik. He cautiously opens the door and peers into a small kitchen with a buckled draining board. Rhythmic thuds echo through the walls. The ceiling lamp is on, but there is no one about. On a table, there is a chopping board with a grease-stained paper bag, surrounded by crumbs and sugar crystals. There are 2 closed wooden doors in far wall. The first is locked, but the second one has no lock. Joona tries to handle, and they walk slowly into the empty changing room. They can hear music through the walls. The door to the bathroom is closed. They walk cautiously across the concrete floor, past 3 shower cubicles, a mirrored makeup table, and a row of clothes lockers. Someone flushes the toilet, and they hurry through the room and find themselves in a narrow corridor lined with 10 doors. A small rooms of the corridor have no windows and are furnished with thin beds with shiny plastic mattresses. Behind a closed door, someone is moaning mechanically. The only light comes from strings of fairy light draped across the ceiling. Little hearts and flowers illuminate the bare walls in weak, flickering colors. The corridor leads to a large storeroom with foil-covered ventilation pipes running across the ceiling. In the flashing light from a stage, they can make out some 30 men and they may 10 women. There are sofas and armchairs everywhere. Along one wall is a row of plastic wrapped pallets full of furniture. It is so dark that it is difficult to discern any faces. The throbbing music keeps repeating one particular musical phrase over and over again. On the stage, a naked woman is dancing around a vertical metal pole. Joona and Erik walk forward carefully in the weak light. The room smells of damp clothes and wet hair. They keep an eye out for Rocky's bulk frame. He ought to be visible against the light of the stage if he stand up. They know this is a gamble. Rocky may already have been here and left, but if he managed to get hold of any money, he is probably bought some heroin, in which case he could well still be here in the zone. A drunk is trying to negotiate a price with a woman, and one of the guards appears quickly and says something that leaves the man nodding. The music changes, blending seamlessly into different rhythm. The woman on the stage squats down with her thighs spread wide on either side of the pole. A guard is standing by the bar, gazing out at the room with a motionless face. Joona sees a black German shepherd moving among the furniture. It looks accustomed to being there as it eats something from the floor, sniffs and moves on. A large man emerges from the corridor. He blows his nose and heads toward the bar. Joona moves aside and tries to keep an eye on him. It is not him, Erik says. They stop by the wall, not far from the stage. It is almost dark, but the reflected glow from the lights rigged up on the ceiling is illuminating an assortment of shades and faces. Right in front of the stage sits a man in black rimmed glasses on a red armchair with a label hanging from its arm. On the back of the man's hand is a tattoo of a cross with a shining star at its center. On a low table, 2 bottles are clinging together with the rhythm of the bass. There are very few drugs in sight. Someone is snorting cocaine. A couple more slip pills between their lips. But sex is clearly the main commodity being traded here. A young woman in a black latex bikini and a studded collar comes over to Erik, smiles and says something he can't make out. She runs a hand through her short blonde hair as she bats her eyelids at him. When he shakes his head, she moves on to the next man. A film is showing on the television screen behind the bar. An aggressive man is walking around a room, hitting doors and pulling doors open. A woman is shot into the room, turns and tries to open the door again. The man goes over to her and pulls her backward by her hair and hits her face so hard that she falls to the floor. Just off to one side of Erik and Joona stand a man with a chorus face and a fleshy forehead. The shoulders of his grey jacket are wet with rain. Anatoly, I handed my money over when I was searched, he says in a gruff voice. I know, welcome, says a voice that sounds adolescent. Joona moves sideways and sees that the voice belonging to a tall and very young man with yellowish skin and dark rings under his eyes. I was thinking of going to the room. Can I buy 2 wraps of brown? You can buy whatever you like, the young man replies. We have got some top quality from southern Helmand, the usual from Iran, tramadol, or their conversation tails off as they move away between the sofas and people. The dog trots after them and licks the young man's hand. Joona falls in behind them and sees them, turns off to the right at the side of the stage. Erik manages to stumble into a low league table. A beer bottle topples over and rolls onto the floor. He goes a different way, stands on a wet umbrella and carries on around a leather sofa. The guard by the stage watches him walk. A young woman with round, pockmarked cheeks is sitting astride a man in a leather vest. He tins a lock of her dark hair around his index finger as he talks on his phone. In the darkness, Joona can no longer see the young man who was dealing heroin. There are too many people everywhere now. He looks round and sees the black dog slip through a swaying beaded curtain. The beads settle long enough to form the Mona Lisa's face briefly before they part again, and a young woman with bare breasts and a pair of tight leather trousers walks out. Part 25. The small beads tingle and Erik and Joona pass through the Mona Lisa. The air is suddenly thick with sweet smoke, sweat and dirty clothes. All over the cosily polished cement floor are worn and battered sofas and armchairs. The music from the stage is still audible, but only as the thud of the heavy bass. Semi-naked people are sitting on the sofas or on the floor itself. Most of them look as though they are asleep, while others move lethargically. They are all moving with ghostly slowness, drifting through the realm of the stoned. They walk past a middle-aged woman sitting on the stained sofa with no cushions. She is wearing jeans that are too big for her and a flesh-colored bra. Her face is thin and focused as she holds her lighter under a crumpled piece of tinfoil and then hurriedly inhales the smoke through a small plastic straw. A slender curl of smoke tins up toward and corrugated metal roof. The cement floor is littered with cigarette butts, sweet wrappers, plastic bottles, syringes, condoms, empty pack of pills and a bundle of fabric samples. Through the smoke, Joona can see the man named Anatoly sitting with the new guest on a sofa that is being sliced open. It is stuffing hanging out. Joona and Erik waves through the furniture. A skinny man in his 70s is sitting on a stained flowery sofa with 2 young women. On the floor behind it, a man lies unconscious in just his underpants and white socks. He looks almost like a child, but his eyes and cheeks are sunken. The syringe is gone, leaving the needle with its little plastic end sticking out of a vein in the back of his hand. On an armchair beside him sits a woman with an apathetic expression on her face. After a while, she bends forward and pulls the needle from his hand, but drops off it on the floor. Joona sees a guard dragging a man who has thrown up and can't help thinking that this place is the complete opposite of the rich kids' Satanalis. No wishes comes true in the zone. Here there are only prisoners and slaves, and the money only flows in one direction. Everyone is alone in their addiction, drained of all they have until they die. He glances behind him and sees Anatoly stand up and walk through the room. The black dog follows him. A fat man in camouflage trousers and a black jacket pushes away a woman in pink underwear and high heels. She goes back and tries to kiss his hands as she begs him for a fix. The man is impatient, tells her to pull herself together, that she hasn't earned enough. I can't. They hurt me. They. Shut up. I don't give a fuck. You need to do 3 more customers, he says. But darling, I don't feel good. I need. She tries to stroke his cheek, but he grabs hold of her hand, pulls her little finger and bends it sharply backward. It happens too quickly that at first the woman doesn't seem to realize what is going on. She stares wide open at her broken finger. A man with a salt and pepper mustache walks over to them, exchanges a few words with the other man, then pulls the sobbing woman through the room toward the curtain. She stumbles and loses a shoe. Then he hits her and she falls over, dragging a standard lamp down with her. Joona and Erik move out of the way. The man drags the woman to her feet and the lamp rolls away and shines straight into the face of a large bearded man. It is Oscar-wilde. He is sitting completely naked in a red armchair asleep. His head is leaning forward and his beard looks like it has grown into the hair on his chest. He is injected himself in his right leg and dark blood is trickling down his ankle. Rocky isn't alone. Beside him, on a sofa bed with no mattress, sit a woman with bleached blonde hair, wearing a brown bra. Her pale blue panties are on the floor next to her. A plaster is hanging half of her knee. She holds a lighter under a sooty spoon and stares with glassy eyes at the small bubbles forming in the water. She licks her lips as she waits for the powder to dissolve, leaving the spoon full of pale yellow liquid. Erik steps over a footstool and walks over to them, smelling the insipid aroma of heroin and hot metal as he comes to the halt. Rocky, Erik says in a low voice. Rocky slowly raises his head. His eyelids are heavy, his pupils like pin pricks of black ink. Judas Iscariot, he mumbles when he sees Erik. Yes, Erik says. Rocky smiles happily and slowly closes his eyes. The woman beside him puts a ball of cotton wool in the solution, holds her syringe on top of it and sucks up the solution, then attaches a needle to the syringe. Joona notices that the man in camouflage trousers is sitting on a chair outside the staff room again, looking at his phone. At the other end of the room, the man with the grey mustache disappears through the beaded curtain with the woman. Do you remember telling me about the unclean preacher? Erik asked, squatting down in front of Rocky. Rocky opened his tired eyes and shakes his head. Is that supposed to be me, the preacher? I didn't think so. I think you meant someone else, Erik says. You talked about a man in makeup with scarred veins. Next to them, the woman uses her briefs as a tourniquet round her arm, tightening them as hard as she can be, twisting a pen through them a couple of times. Do you remember him killing a woman here at the zone? No, Rocky grins. She was known as Tina, but her real name was Natalia. Erik goes on. Yes, that was him. That was the preacher, Rocky mutters. The woman on the sofa bed looks for a vein in the usual place, a soft spot without too many scars. I need to know. Are we talking about a real preacher? A priest? Rocky nods and closes his eyes. Which church? Erik asks. Rocky whispers to himself and Erik leans forward until he can smell his rancid breath. The preacher is jealous. Just like God, he whispers. The woman inserts the needle and a drop of blood mixes with the yellow liquid before she injects it. With nimble fingers, she undoes the tourniquet and let out a long groan as the kick washes through her. Erik watches her stretch her legs, tense her ankle, then relax as her body goes completely soft. We believe the preacher has murdered at least 5 women, and we need a name, a parish, or an address, Erik says. What are you saying? Rocky mutters, closing his eyes again. You are going to tell me about the preacher. Erik persists. I need a name or. Stop banging on, the woman says, lying back against Rocky's hairy thigh. Say hello to Ying, Rocky murmurs, stroking her head clumsily, while Erik tries to get Rocky to remember. Joona is keeping an eye on the room. The fat man in the camouflage trousers grabs up from the chair outside the staff room and peers out across the room. Joona watches him put his phone in his pocket and set off through the sofas. He stops by one man who is lying with his eyes closed, a lit cigarette between his lips, then returns to his place. You want me to tell you things, Rocky says, but all I remember from purgatory is that I was sitting in a little monkey cage, and there were long wooden poles with glowing ends. Ba ba ba, Ying interrupts with a hoarse laugh. I howled, tried to get away, tried to protect myself with my food bowl. He smiles. Seriously, though, Erik says in a louder voice, I won't disturb you anymore. If you can just tell me something that will help us find him. It looks as though Rocky's dozed off. His mouth slips open a few millimeters and a string of saliva dribbles into his beard. The man with the grey mustache comes back from the other side of the room. The curtains sway behind him, letting a yellow glow into the room before the Mona Lisa's face informs. We can't stay here much longer, Joona tells Erik. Ying tries to put her briefs on, but they catch between her toes, and she leans back and rests with her eyes shut. My brain is mush, Rocky mumbles. You need to give me a name, Erik persists. You are probably going to have to hypnotize me if Can you stand up? Erik asked. Let me help you. Joona sees the fat man in the camouflage trousers get up from his chair again. He is speaking on his phone as he sets off towards them. The woman in the studded collar is standing in the doorway leading to the stage, holding the curtain open. She seems to be hesitating about whether to come in or not. Behind her, Joona can see a tall figure in a yellow oilskin coat, the sort fishermen used to wear. At first, he doesn't understand how he knows that he is staring at the preacher, but his mind suddenly brings a moment from the past into sharp focus. Erik, Joona says quietly, the preacher is here. He is standing over there by the curtain in a yellow raincoat. The woman in the studded collar waves to someone and stumbles into the room. The beads of the curtain sink back and sway in front of the yellow figure. And now Joona remembers how Philip Cronstedt described the man who was filming Maria Carlson. The last thing he heard before he collapsed in the storeroom was that the thin man with the camera was wearing yellow oilskins, like the fisherman in Lofoten. Joona starts walking, but the man in the camouflage trousers steps round the flowery sofa and stops him. I have to ask you and your friend to come with me, he says. Erik, Joona says. You saw him, didn't you? Over there by the curtain. That is the preacher. You have to follow him. Try to get a look at his face. This club is for members only, the man says. We were thinking of buying a sofa, Joona says, as he sees Erik hurry away toward the curtain. Part 26. The fat man shouts at him to stop, but Erik carries on, weaving quickly between the sofas. The man yells at Joona to move out of the way. An armchair gets shoved backward, making a scraping sound on the floor. Joona says in Finnish, stopping him again. The man brushes Joona's hand away, steps back and pulls out a projectile taser. Joona goes on with a smile. He takes a step forward, sliding out of the line of fire, pushes the taser aside with his hand and kicks the man in the knee, making his leg buckle. The man gasps and two projectiles with spiral wires slam into the back of the sofa. Joona twists the taser out of the man's hand and hits him in the collarbone with it, then wraps the wires round his neck and pulls. The man collapses to the floor, rolls over and tries to get up again. Joona forces him back down with his foot, winds the wires around his hand and pulls them together until the man loses consciousness and slumps to the floor. Erik disappears through the bead curtain beside the stage. The door of the staff room at the other end of the room opens. A broad-shouldered man in a shiny jacket emerges with a phone to his ear and looks around. Joona sits down to stay out of sight, but no, he has to stop the man from going after Erik. Rocky still has his eyes closed, but he is now got a cigarette between his lips. The prostitute with the studded collar pushes a used tissue between the cushions of sofa and walks over to Joona in her high heels. Shall we go to the room? I can show you a good time, she says, moving closer. Stay out of the way, he replies abruptly. She wipes her mouth and starts to walk toward the beaded curtain. The man in the shiny jacket has seen Joona. He headed toward him, pushing a chair over as he approaches. Joona stands up and sees that the man is hiding a weapon by his hip, a high-caliber pistol with a short barrel. The fat man is lying on his back, untangling the wires from his neck, coughing and trying to get up. The man in the shiny jacket stops in front of Joona with the flowery sofa between them and screws a silencer onto his Sig-Pro. "I will shoot you in both knees unless you come with me," he says. Joona holds up one hand in a calming gesture and tries to back away, but the fat man on the floor grabs hold of his legs. "I didn't know this was a private club," Joona says, trying to pull his legs free. The armed man has finished fitting the silencer, raises the gun and squeezes the trigger. Joona throws himself aside, lands on his shoulder and hits his temple on the floor. There is no sound as the gun goes off, but the powder is hanging in the air and a naked man behind Joona stands up with blood streaming from a bullet hole in his stomach. A woman screams and hurried to move away from him and falls on all fours. "Time to die," the man with the gun pants, climbing up on to the sofa to see over the back of it. Joona grabs hold of the toppled lamp and swings the heavy base in a semicircle. It hits the man in the shoulder and he staggers to one side. The cable clatters on the floor as it snags along behind. The man leans against the back of the sofa and Joona reaches him before he has time to fire, knocking the pistol aside and punching him squarely in the throat. He grabs the warm barrel of the gun and feels a heavy blow to his cheek as he bends the weapon upwards. The man recoils, clutching his throat. He can't breathe. The saliva is dribbling from his gaping mouth. Joona takes a step back as he twists the gun around and shoots the man through his right lung. The only sound is a sharp click instead of a loud bang. The empty shell bounces off the cement floor. The man staggers, trying to cover the entry hole with his hand, cuffs, then slumps back into the sofa. The fat man gets unsteadily to his feet with a knife in his hand. One of his shoulders is drooping and the taser is still dangling from the wires around his neck. Joona moves away and glances quickly toward the bead curtain. The man takes a couple of steps and jabs with a knife. Joona backs into a table as he feels the tip of the blade touch his jacket. He follows the knife as it moves, holds it aside with the pistol, twists his body and rams his right elbow into the man's cheek with immense force. His head snaps sideways, spraying droplet of sweat in the direction of the blow. Joona moves with him, takes a long stride to keep his balance and feels a stab of pain from his hip. As the man slumps unconscious to the floor, Joona moves out of the way and scans the room. Very soon it will be impossible to get out. Crouching down, Joona moves toward the curtain with the pistol pointing at the floor. The new customer who brought heroin from Anatoly is lying lifeless beside his sofa. His lips are grey and his eyes are open. Joona steps round a low glass table and sees the woman in the studded collar heading toward him between the sofas. "Take me away from here with you," she whispers with a desperate look in her eyes. "Please, I am begging you. I have to get away from here. Can you run?" She smiles at him and then her head suddenly jerks. A cascade of blood squirted from her temple. Joona spins round as a bullet slams into the back of the chair next to him and stuffing sprays out across the floor. The man with the grey mustache is approaching between two women with a raised pistol. Smoke rising from the barrel. Joona takes aim, lowers the barrel a couple of millimeters, then fires 3 times. It sounds like the gun isn't loaded, but a cloud of blood explodes behind the man. The man takes another 2 steps before collapsing on top of the 2 women, dropping his pistol and putting his hand out toward the footstool. The woman in the studded collar is still standing. Blood is pumping from her temple and running down her body. She looks at Joona and her mouth opens as if she is trying to speak. "I will get help," he says. Bewildered, she touches her bloody hair, then falls sideways onto an armchair and curls up as if she wants to sleep. In the distance, a round-shouldered man is approaching at a crouch, using the sofas as cover. Luna runs the last part of the way. The bullet hits the wall beside him, throwing out a shower of plaster. He ducks through the curtain, tucks his gun close to his body and walks as fast as he can toward the passageway. A fat man is dancing on the stage with his shirt outside his trousers. There is no sign of Erik, and Joona starts running as soon as he reaches the narrow corridor. He can hear his pursuers behind him as he enters the changing room and quickly locks the door. Someone is in the shower and the plastic tray creak with their weight. Joona runs past 2 women standing in front of the makeup table. In the kitchen, a short man is frying frozen meatballs on the stove. He barely has time to snatch up a knife before Joona shoots him in the thigh. The man falls to the floor and Joona hears him screams as he runs across the old cardboard boxes in the waste storage room and emerges out of the back of the building. He runs round the warehouse as fast as he can through tall weeds, then out through the gate, along a barbed wire fence and around a van before he sees that Erik's car has gone. He sets off at a limp toward Hogdal's plan as to alert the police and emergency services. Part 27. There is barely any traffic, and Erik is taking care to keep a safe distance between him and the car in front all the way through the industrial estate and upon to Alves wagon. The preacher is driving a blue Peugeot which is so dirty it is impossible to see what the registration number is. Erik has no other plan beyond following it as long as he can without being seen. The amber glow of the streetlight fills the car, then vanishes between the lamp posts like slow breathing. Erik wonders if the preacher was at the zone to buy drugs or to meet Rocky. Concern about what has happened to Joona flutters in his chest. Erik didn't look back, just did what he had to do. He left the room full of addicts, passed through the bead curtain and carried on through the crowd. The heavy bass of the music grew louder as the beat was turned up and the throb of the music reaches deep inside his body. In the flickering light from the stage, he suddenly caught sight of the yellow raincoat. The preacher was heading for the exit and Erik followed him. A woman tries to stop him, but he just shook his head and forced his way past. No one gave me a second glance as he passed the search area and hurried on through the metal door and out onto the loading bay. Joona seemed so sure of what he had said that the only thing on Erik's mind was that he mustn't lose the preacher now that they were so close. The yellow oilskin glinted in the darkness over by the cars, and Erik followed as quickly as he could without being heard. The preacher walked out through the gate and stopped in front of the blue car. He has now been following the red tail light for quarter of an hour and keeps telling himself that he mustn't let too much of a gap form. He speeds up a little on a long straight past a bare grit football pitch and a school. The sparse light of a large housing estate flicker through the greenery. A night bus pulls out from the stop and Erik has to slow down. He loses sight of the preacher, puts his foot down and overtakes the bus on the wrong side of a central reservation. A set of traffic lights ahead turns red. Erik speeds up, swerves and just makes lit past the back of a car crossing his path. It is already too late, though, as he realizes that the blue Peugeot has turned off to the right. He sees its lights flickering between the houses. There is no time to think. If he isn't to lose the preacher altogether, Erik turns into the next road and in the boot a bag of empty bottles of recycling falls over. He is trying to double guess the other's car's likely direction as he drives past lush garden and dark houses. He brakes and turns left, glancing the side of a letterbox and accelerating hard past a number of villas, then realizes that there is a dead end up ahead beyond the next junction and brakes hard, sending the tires skidding across the tarmac, jerks the wheel and swerves sharply to the right. The back wheels lose their grip and there is a crash as the rear wing hits an electricity pole. The bottles in the boot shatter as Erik lurches out onto the main road again. He accelerates hard up a hill, reaches the top and just manages to spot the preacher driving into the tunnel under the motorway bridge. He slows down and feels his hands shaking on the steering. The wing mirror has come loose again and is dangling from the wires. Someone has sprayed the words, "Another world is possible," on the concrete wall of the tunnel. Everything goes dark. Then a moment later he emerges into an area of attractive four-story buildings. The blue Peugeot passes a bin lorry, emptying dustbin with measured mechanical movements, and Erik wonders if the preacher lives here in Hof-Mosen. Even though he has a reasonable grasp on reality, the idea of the preacher having an ordinary life seems incredible. A man who stabbed knives into the face of his victims long after they are dead, then goes home to his lovely villa with apple trees and lawn sprinklers and sits down to watch television with his family. Erik follows the blue car as it turns right off paulo-coelho and into. The preacher slows down and stops just after the third side street without changing his speed. Erik drives past the blue car and looks in the rearview mirror. As the light inside the car goes out, he passes a small patch of woodland, turns into the next road, stops and hurries back. The yellow raincoat is disappearing into the forest to the left of the road, and Erik stops on the pavement and realizes how badly his legs are shaking. Part 28. The Church of Jesus Christ of Latter-day Saints is located on next to the large tarmacked car park. It is a low building with a terracotta-colored facade, panelled roof and a red tower rising from the center of the circular stone foundation. Stake President Thomas Apple lives with his wife and 2 children in a cement grey villa very close to the temple. From the garden's wooden decking with its covered barbecue, a red tower is visible above the trees and tiled roofs. Adam and Margot are sitting in the living room with glasses of lemonade. Thomas Apple and his wife Ingrid are sitting opposite them. Thomas is a skinny man dressed in grey trousers, a white shirt and a pale grey tie. His face is clean shaven and thin, with fair eyebrows and a narrow, crooked mouth. Margot has just asked Thomas where he was at the time of the murders, and he replied that he was at home with his family. Is there anyone else who could vouch for that? Margot asked, looking at Ingrid. Well, of course, the children were at home, Thomas' wife says in an amiable voice. No one else? Adam asked. We lead a quiet life, Thomas replies, as if that explained everything. You have a lovely home, Margot says, glancing round the smart room. An African mask is hanging on the wall next to a painting of a woman in a black dress with a red book in her lap. Thank you, Ingrid says. Each family is a kingdom, Thomas says. Ingrid is my queen. The girl princesses. Naturally, Margot smiles. She looks at Ingrid's face, free of makeup, at the small pearls in her earlobes, and the long dress with reaches up to her neck and halfway over her hands. You probably think we dress in a very old-fashioned, boring way, Ingrid says when she sees Margot looking. It looks nice, Margot lies and tries to find a comfortable position on the deep sofa with crotched anti-macassars on the back. Thomas leans forward, pours more lemonade in her glass and she thanks him soundlessly. Our lives aren't boring, Thomas says calmly. There is nothing boring about not using drugs or alcohol or tobacco or coffee or tea. Why not coffee? Adam asked. Because the body is a gift from God, he replies simply. If it is a gift, then surely you can drink coffee if you want to, Adam retorts. Of course, it isn't set in stone, Thomas says lightly. It is just guidance. Okay, Adam nods. But if we listen to this guidance, the Lord promises that the angel of death will pass our home and not kill us. Thomas smiles. How quickly does the angel come if you mess up badly? Margot asked. You said you wanted to look at my dirty? Thomas says, the veins in his temples darkening slightly. I will get it. Ingrid volunteers and rises to her feet. I will just get some water, Margot says and follows her. Thomas makes a move to stand up, but Adam stops him by asking about the role of the stake president. Ingrid is standing at a bureau looking for the diary when Margot walks into the immaculately tiny kitchen. Could I have some water? Margot asks. Yes, of course, Ingrid says. Were you here last Sunday? Yes, the woman replies, and a tiny frown appears across the bridge of her nose. We were at home. What did you do? We did the usual. We had dinner and watched television. What was on television? She asked. We only watch Mormon television, Ingrid says, checking that the tap is properly turned off. Does your husband ever go out alone in the evening? No, not even to the temple. I will have a look in the bedroom, the woman says, her cheeks flushing as she leaves the kitchen. Margot drinks, then puts the glass down on the worktop and goes back out to the living room. She can see the tension in Adam's face and a tiny hint of set above his top lip. Are you on any medication? Adam asks. No, Thomas replies, wiping his palm on his pale grey trousers. No psychoactive drugs? No antidepressant? Margot asks, sitting down on the sofa again. Why do you want to know that? He asked, looking at her with calm, blank eyes. Because you received treatment for mental illness 20 years ago. That was a difficult time for me before I listened to God. He falls silent and looks warmly at Ingrid, who is just come back in. She is standing in the doorway with a red Philofax in her hand. Margot takes the book, puts on her reading glasses and starts leafing through the dates. Do you have a video camera? Adam asks as Margot skims through the diary. Yes, he replies with a skeptical look at Adam. Can I take a lot of it? Adam's apple bobs above the knot of his tie. What for? He asks. Just routine, Adam replies. Okay, but it is being repaired. Thomas smiles, stretching his crooked mouth. Where? A friend's mending it for me, he says softly. Can I have the name of the friend, please? Of course, Thomas murmurs, and Adam's phone ringing inside his jacket. Excuse me, he says, standing up and looking for his mobile as he turns his back to Thomas. Through the window at the back, he sees a neighbor standing on the other side of the fence looking at them. In the reflection, he can also see himself, his thick hair and heavy eyebrows. He finds his phone. Eddie, an IT technician with a national crime, who also happens to live in Hogmosen. Adam, he says as he answers another film. Eddie practically screams. We will be there as soon as. It is your wife on the video. It is Katrina. Adam doesn't hear anything after that. He walks straight into the hall, leans against the wall and manages to pull down a framed photograph of two smiling girls. Adam, Margot calls. What is going on? She leaves the book on the sofa, stands up and accidentally knocks over a glass of lemonade on the low table. Adam has already reached the front door. Margot can't see his face. She feels sick, clutches her stomach and follows him out. Adam runs down the path to the car. He is starting the engine before she is even out of the door. She stops, panting for breath, and watches him rev the engine, perform a sharp U-turn in the road, skid and drive into a hockey goal that some children have erected on the side of the road. She walks down to the road and is gesturing for him to stop when she phone rings.